You're in Orlando or in Kissimmee?
I'm in Orlando. I'm
Okay.
in I'm South Orlando. You know where the Ritz-Carlton is?
Mhm.
I can see it from my backyard.
I'm like 10, 15 minutes from the airport. I'm in between Lake Nona, St. Cloud,
Mm.
like Boggy Creek-ish.
Oh yeah, yeah. I used to live over there. Um, I've lived about everywhere over here. Oh my goodness. So sorry, I need a little water before I get. Let me see. I'm trying to house and reclaim hosts, may disrupt breakout rooms, poll, and hmm. Okay. I don't know if I'm supposed to reclaim host or not there. Okay.
Linda, can I mention something?
Of course, anything.
Yesterday I couldn't come to the class. I couldn't take the class
Okay.
because it was my daughter's birthday and she invited us to have dinner and it took a little longer.
Okay.
So I sent a message, an email asking when can I do when can I take this class that I lost yesterday?
Right.
And I'm waiting for some answers. Just
Okay.
to let you know.
Okay. So probably Michael will get back to you. I don't know if they're recording the classes or not, and that's something that you'd be able to do. I don't actually know if he's been doing that. So wait to hear, what he says, about that, about how you can make that up.
All
Usually
right.
what usually what you could do is if there's another class coming up soon, you could sit in the class for the day you missed. That would be a normal thing. But I don't know all of that because I'm helping out, filling in, teaching, but I'm not running the show anymore.
All right.
When it was busy, we used to have a class every other week. Every other Monday, a brand new class would start, and it was really easy for people to be able to, whatever days they missed, they could just sit in the class for those days. But it's this time of year it gets really slow with the classes. I think classes slowed down around Christmas. I guess people aren't thinking to change careers around Christmas time. And usually January is kind of slow, and then February the schedule picks up because there's more people that want to take the class. Like now we have 12 people in the class. And when I had it in a physical location down in South Chase, I'd have 60 to 70 people in a class. So gives you kind of an idea, of the difference. Um,
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm good. But if he doesn't
No
answer
problem.
you in the next day or two, I'll find out and I'll ask him. I speak to Michael next time. Okay, but thank you for letting me know.
Thank you. Of course.
Great. So that's why it's good to have video on so I can kind of see people here. Know that you're here. How do you feel about the first 4 chapters? Are you all overwhelmed? Are you getting it? How you feel? Good, Doria? Charisse, are you liking it or overwhelmed or?
Yesterday was a little complicated,
Mhm.
but
It's
I'm reading over it.
Yep. It's Some nights are going to be tough because those kind of things don't happen up in life. Like some chapters are easier when it's things that you're familiar with, that everyday life, people rent apartments and this, that, and the other. So those things will be common. But when you have stuff like yesterday, like, did you know even Freck, or have you ever heard of Freck before this? No. Do you care? No, because it doesn't affect your everyday life. It's a panel of 7 people that are volunteers. You know, and it doesn't affect you daily until like you're trying to get a real estate license, and then all of a sudden you care about Freck because they can get in your way. Um, so there's some things that you'll like more than others, and everyone's different. Um, Charisse, were you the one that works in a law firm? Somebody works at a law firm or something.
I
Um,
do.
Leslie. So, you might like the contract chapter because it's going to seem so easy because you're familiar with the terminology, whereas somebody else who never even heard of those phrases before, and especially like the contracts, there's a lot of those Latin terms like caveat emptor, and stuff where who hears about that unless they studied Latin back in their high school days or something. I don't even know if people study Latin anymore. Maybe because of the medical field, because most Latin words, the root of them are things that you have to learn in medicine and biology. So before I get started on chapter 3 and 4, anybody want to make comments, questions, concerns? Okay, we're all good? Alrighty.
Are we
I
gonna
am-
do these exams? Are we gonna do these exams like we did for chapter?
Yes.
Oh,
Every day.
okay, good.
Every day we're going to go over those. So make sure. So speaking of which, let me make sure I share the screen. And right, so let's see. Chapter 3. Okay, let me make this bigger. All right, and yes, I have the little highlighter. Okay, so question number 1, does anyone want to take a stab at it? It's looking for the except, so the thing that's not true. So which one?
We can't see it on your screen.
You cannot see it. Okay, so I did not share it effectively. Let me try that again. Oh, no, I totally screen sharing. Oh, okay. I think my computer tech is doing his wizardry here. Yes, he is, because I'm not moving that mouse. All right. And Louis, since you can hear me, you want to go ahead and open up chapter 5 and 6? Get it ready? All right. In your email, you guys probably got new chapters 5 and 6, which is the 48th edition. Yay! So those are the ones that you're actually going, to use. And then I'm sure Michael's working on the first 4 chapters, making sure it's correct. So when we get those, I'll let you know. So let's go over chapter 3. Can you see it now? I need to.
Yes.
Okay, let me make this smaller. All right, so question number 1, what did you all get?
C.
It is C, absolutely. So everything is true except, so you're looking for the thing that's not true. And they're talking about FREC. So we can go through it and say, A, are they a mixture of both real estate professionals and consumers? Yeah. We learned yesterday that out of the 7 people, 5 of them are licensed people and 2 of them are consumers. B, they're accountable to the governor? Yeah. The governor selects them, and that's called appointing, and the state senate confirms them. So that's true. And then C, they are employees. So the DBPR, no. Remember, they're volunteers. They don't get paid a salary. They get reimbursed up to $50 per day when they're on official business to cover their travel costs and food and that kind of stuff. So C is wrong, which is what we're looking for. But then let's go for D. D, depend on the DRE for administrative assistance. Yeah, they're not the ones that process applications. The Division of Real Estate does that. FREC is there to deal with problems, to consider laws if things need to be rewritten. If there's a problem with an application with somebody with a criminal background, they're the ones that give their advice on their opinion of whether they believe that person should be allowed or not. So that is all true. So C is the thing that's not true, and that's what we were looking for. Number 2, what did you guys get?
B.
You said B like boy or D like David?
D like David.
That's correct. So the governor appoints and the Senate confirms. Okay, number 3, would y'all get?
C.
It is C. Okay, and remember quasi means kind of, sort of. Legislative means to make up laws or rules. So they're kind of ish. But if you didn't know what the word promulgate means, then you can look at the other answers. Adopt a seal, is that under quasi judicial? No, that's under executive. Make a determination of violations? No, that's under judicial. Quasi judicial. Grant or deny applications, that's under the executive. So if we go through them and eliminate the other ones that it can't be, we're only left with one that it possibly could be. Number 4, would y'all get?
D.
It is D, correct. Number 5, how long do the commissioners serve? It's the same as a governor, which is 4 years, right? Number 6, what did you guys get?
C.
Letter
It
C.
it is C. There's more than one correct answer. Only a per diem when they're on official business. So per diem is like a daily rate. And yeah, it's up to $50 when they're on official business during a meeting. So B is true, but C is better because it's more detailed. It tells you how much the per diem is. So whenever there's more details, it's a better choice. So always read all 4 answers because one could be better than the next and the next. D is not true. They don't get an annual salary. A is not true because they don't have to work completely for free. Their compensation is, for their out-of-pocket expenses, like traveling, driving, because the meeting's in Orlando, but maybe the people don't live in Orlando. They could live in Miami or Tallahassee and that kind of thing. Number 7, would y'all get?
B.
It is D. And number 8.
C.
It is C. Yep. Number 9. Number 9 is D. Number 10 is C, which power is not granted by the DBPR. They don't appoint FREC members. The governor appoints FREC members. Okay. Number 11. How'd you do?
B.
A.
It is B. So which statement regarding DBPR is true? Let's look at what A was. DBPR secretary is appointed. No, the secretary is not appointed. Then B, the DBPR is under the executive branch of government. Yeah. C, the main DBPR office is located in Orlando. No, DBPR is in Tallahassee. The DRE, the Division of Real Estate, is in Orlando. And then D, the DBPR does not have legal authority to issue citations. No, okay, so hello everyone. I just updated your units 5 and 6 on your course page. Okay, so Louis sent that. Oh, Dorian, you asked me a question yesterday about the app. So Michael said that it's actually on your student page, that there's a free version. I think you get 3 days for free to practice exam questions. And then if you want to buy in for more, you can do that. But it's there on the student portal.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much.
You're
I'll
welcome.
check it out.
Okay. So number 12, the answer is A. Now, the physical hardship thing, you're supposed to tell them before your license goes null and void. So, you ask for an extension. So if you, God forbid, have cancer or you need a surgery, you can tell them, hey, this is what's going on, and they can give you an extension to do your education that you're required to do. But you have to tell them before it expires, not after the fact. Number 13, how many people can be a sales associate and be on the FRIC panel?
D.
It's actually one
One.
for a sales associate. 5 of them have to be
Sales.
licensed. 4 of them have to be brokers, and 1 of them could be a sales associate with just 2 years experience. Number 14. The answer is A. It says you have an active license, but you failed to renew it, and it's your 3rd renewal period. So when it's your 3rd renewal, remember, they'll forgive you for being late. And if you do what you need to do before the first 12 months after it expired, that's all you have to do is that continuing education. But if you let it go longer than 12 months, as long as it's longer than, less than the 24 months, then they make you do that 28-hour activation. So what happens if you fail to do it? Your license will automatically, Siri is listening to me too much. Yeah, now I said her name and she's really listening. So it automatically becomes involuntary and active, but you can get it back to life if you do it within the time period allotted. Okay, number 15. How long can it be inactive before it becomes null and void? You have
2 years.
2 years. That's right. Okay, 16. Probably the longest answer. Because it says who may not reactivate their license. They don't forgive you if you missed your post-licensure class, which is the first renewal. So for salespeople, that's 45 hours. For brokers, that's 60 hours. And more specifically for brokers, it's 2 separate 30-hour segments. And I'm telling you because on the state exam, I had a question that said, what must a broker do during their first renewal cycle? And answer A said post-license, which is true. It's called post-license. B said 60 hours post-license education. Sorry. Sorry. 60 hours post-license education, which is also true. And it's a better answer than just post-license. It has more detail. Answer C said 30 hours management, 30 hours investment. Well, that's better than A and B because it's post-license. It's a total of 60 hours, and they specifically mention it's 30 hours investment, 30 hours management. And then answer D says continuing education, which is just wrong because that's only 14 hours. So A, B, and C are true, but you only get credit for one right answer. So you always want to go for the best answer. And in this case, it's the longest one. So the sales associate who did not complete their post-licensure, they can't reactivate their license. It's null and void. Number 17. What do you all think about this one?
I put A.
It is A. Sales associates working for a broker that owns more than one location or an owner developer that owns more than one location get what's called a group license. So they can bounce around to the different properties without having to notify FREC, hey, I'm here today, I'm here today, I'm here today. And they can work as long as that owner owns the other properties, then they can bounce around. Or if you're working underneath a broker that owns several, like Marriott or Hilton, and they have several locations, you work for the group of Marriott or the group of Remax or the group of Hilton, and you can bounce around to all the properties. So a broker that has multiple locations, the broker gets more licenses, like a license for every location. So answer B is true for a broker, not for a sales associate. Okay, number 18. Oh, just because it's different, what should the answer be under 18?
Will?
Exactly. So A is different than the other three. The other ones say is. A says will. It's different, probably for a reason. And so then we look at it. A broker moves his real estate office to a new trendy location. Do you care? It has nothing to do with, it's not a question. It's what they call a distractor. They put in additional information that has nothing to do with the question, just to throw your mind off. That it says he's busy coordinating the move and he forgets to notify a DBPR. Okay, busy with the move, who cares? But forgetting to notify the DBPR, that's a problem. So when they don't have your correct address or phone number or email, your license ceases to be in force until you send them the new. It's not a punishment, it's just a status. As soon as you give them your new address or phone number, then it's in force again. It doesn't become null and void. It doesn't get canceled or suspended. That's too harsh. So A is the right answer. Number 19, the answer is A. A broker can have more than one real estate license. And then we have question 20. A broker decides to relocate their office. Again, okay. She notifies the DBPR the change of address. Okay. She also informs the DBPR of names of 2 sales associates who do no longer work there. Okay, everything's good so far. So where's the question? And then the sales associate
The
license.
broker associate may hold multiple licenses.
Are you talking to me or someone else?
Sorry. I put D for 20.
For 20, it is D. Absolutely. So what happens to the sales associates that are no longer working? So they're just put in inactive. Inactive doesn't mean it's a discipline, it's bad. It's just you're not working. If it's voluntary, it's because you decided not to work somewhere. If it's involuntary, it's when like you didn't do your continuing education or something like that. Okay, good. Any questions from chapter 3? All right,
No, ma'am.
let's do chapter 4, Quizzy Wizzy. All righty. Rid of that one. Chapter 4. This might have been hard for a lot of you because, first of all, the general public doesn't know there's 3 choices of relationships you could have with the real estate agent. It's not public knowledge. And they say it's naturally assumed in the state of Florida, you're always a transaction broker. Who said? Who knows that? It's not common knowledge. So this stuff, if it's new to you, it's okay. It shouldn't be new to you because it's not like something publicly discussed out there. And that chapter 4 bothers me. It should be rewritten from scratch. It repeats itself multiple times, saying the same thing, and it gets overwhelming or confusing just because they try to make it so. It boils down to one sheet of paper, which is on the handouts we gave you. Basically, out of this chapter, what you need to know is there's 3 different relationships you could have between the real estate agent and the customer. The customer could be the buyer, could be the seller. Each relationship has a different level of responsibility. The least responsibility is no broker. No broker, you're not negotiating, you're just handling the paperwork and getting the deal closed. You don't get involved in the negotiation. The buyer and the seller want to do that on their own, and they probably already have done so. You still have 3 responsibilities, which is be honest and fair, keep track of the money, and disclose of any known defects on the property. Those 3 responsibilities are under each one of the 3 different relationships, but they're the only 3 under no broker. The second one, transaction broker has those 3 plus 4 more. And the 4 more that they add to that is use your due diligence, be careful. You do any additional duties that the buyer and the seller ask for and you agree to do it. So those are the things. And limited confidentiality. The only one that contains limited confidentiality is the transaction broker. And a transaction broker can work on the buyer side, can work on the seller side, can work on both sides of the fence, because they're just trying to make sure the transaction is protected. They're not helping this one take advantage of the other one. And if you can be neutral like that, then be a transaction broker. And of course, you can make money off of both sides. So that's where people like to be a transaction broker. So the first time you meet with the client, you're supposed to establish which relationship you want to have with them. If you're going to be a transaction broker, you don't even need to discuss it, because the state of Florida, it naturally assumes that's what you want to be. But let's say the customer brings it up. They say, hey, listen, I want to tell you a lot of private information. I want your confidentiality, your loyalty. I want you looking out for my best interests. So they're asking for you to be a single agent for them. So if you're a single agent for one side, the only thing you can be to the other side of the transaction is a no broker, because you're not going to negotiate on their behalf. You're looking out for this side, not for the other side. But you still have to talk to the other side to get things done, to schedule the closing, inspections, blah, blah, blah. The third type of relationship is the single agent, which is the thing I mentioned. There's 10 responsibilities. So the same first 3. So we had be honest, disclose any hidden defects, keep track of the money. Then we added to that, do your due diligence. And then you you add to it loyalty, full disclosure. So you add all of those responsibilities. So single agency is the only one that has a fiduciary responsibility to the client, because you're following whatever the client tells you to do. They're your principal. You only use the word principal when you're talking about the single agent relationship. Principal is like your boss. So a single agent, whoever you're a single agent for, all the single agents, sorry, it makes me think of Beyonce. That's the one that directs you and tells you what to do. So they might tell you, hey, put it for sale for this price. And you tell them, hey, that's not a good price. But if they tell you do it, you do it, or you leave the relationship. So single agent, they tell you what to do. They're your boss. Another name for that is principal. You are the person doing the work. You are called the agent. There's also a fiduciary responsibility between you and your broker. And the broker is also called a principal, because they're a principal to you, because you're an agent to your broker, a general agent that does different things. We talked about a special agent for a second. That's somebody that's assigned to do one specific transaction, and that's it. But when you go work for a broker, you don't go there to do one deal only. You do hopefully as many as possible. So that's kind of a recap of chapter 4. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to tell you the answers. And if you don't understand, you can interrupt me. The reason I'm going to skip quickly is because I want to spend more of our time together working on chapter 5. Chapter 5 is the longest chapter in the book. It's the most important chapter in the whole book. There are 12 state exam questions from chapter 5. There's also 12 from chapter 11, but chapter 11 is nowhere near the size of chapter 5. And chapter 5 covers a lot of territory. So I'm just going to jump into it, give you a little break, get you settled, make sure you got something nice and warm to drink, and we'll get into it. So question 1, the answer is D. Question 2, the answer is B. 3 is A. 4 is B. Oh, sorry. There we go. 5 is C. 6 is B. 7 is D. 8 is D. 9 is B. 10 is D. 11 is B. 12 is A. 13 is B. 14 is D. And 15 is C. Any questions about any of that? And I'm happy to explain it. So if you don't understand a question or why, just ask me and I'll talk to you about it.
How many questions of this chapter will be on the test?
From chapter 4, there was 7 for the state exam. Any questions about these end of chapter quiz? Nobody got confused with number 2?
Oh, I need to study the chapter. Then if I have any question, I will talk
Yep.
to you, Linda. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to talk about question 2 because some people might not be saying anything because maybe they didn't do their homework. Maybe. Usually not a lot of people understand number 2. Number 2, the brokerage relationship is acquired. Anytime you see chapter 475, it means real estate law. All of the laws are chapter 475. Brokerage relationship, now what is that? Remember, the relationship could be 1 out of 3, could be no broker, transaction broker, or single agent. Then it goes on and says it applies to which? In this whole book, what did I tell you is the only protected type of real estate? There are 5 types of real estate. We learned it in chapter 1. Residential, commercial, industrial, agricultural, and buying and selling a business. Which one is the only one that chapter 475 goes into detail about? Residential, correct. So all of these disclosures only apply if you're dealing with a residential sale. If it's commercial, they don't care. You don't have to give, the brokerage relationship paperwork to anybody. So let's look at which one is considered residential. Why is it not answer A? Why is that not residential? It's an apartment. People live in it. Why is it not residential?
20.
It's over
Yes,
10
when-
units.
10 acres.
It's over 4 units. I heard that through there. Yep. So that's why it's not A, because even though they're living in it, it's not considered a residential building because there's more than 4 units. There's 20 units, so it's considered a commercial building. Now, B, it's a condo. Condos are in a building with other condos. Why is the right answer B?
Because it doesn't specify a number of units.
It says a unit.
A unit.
It doesn't say units. It doesn't say 4 units, 5 units, 10 units. It says a singular unit. So if it's less than 4, so the complex, if you were selling the whole complex at one time, it's commercial. But if you're selling 1 unit to a person, they're buying residential. Okay. So if you were buying 1 condo, you could get an FHA loan to buy it for your home to live in. If you wanted to buy the whole entire complex, you couldn't get an FHA loan if it's more than 4 units. You would have to get a commercial loan. Okay, so C, why is it not C? It's a duplex, and duplex is 2 units. Why is it not C?
Because it pertains to a lease, not a sale.
Yes. Yes. It's a lease, not a sale. These disclosures only count for sales. You don't sign a broker agreement to look at apartments to rent or condos to rent or even houses to rent. You only do it when they're negotiating on your behalf. Basically, if you want to look at a house for rent, or if a real estate agent helps you, they just tell you this is the amount. There's nothing really to negotiate there. They show you the place. You might ask for, hey, can I get some free rent if I rent it for 2 years or something? You could ask that. But there's really not, any big negotiation there. Okay, so why is it not D? Why is
Because-
it not?
I'm just guessing because it doesn't specify the type of real estate property or
Because it's a bookstore and that's a commercial thing. It's a business. You're buying a bookstore business. You might not even get real estate with it. It's like a franchise. Like, let's say if you wanted up a Barnes and Nobles, you might not even own the building. You might just lease it, and you might be buying just the franchise name, that kind of thing. So buying and selling a business requires a real estate license, but you don't have to give them a disclosure like no broker, transaction broker, or single agent. And remember, when it comes to buying and selling a business, it's not residential. And if the buyer and the seller each are millionaires, then you could be just an assigned sales associate. And you might be helping them with one little part of the deal. They call that a designated sales associate. Number 3, I like this one. It says, what is the best statement that describes loyalty? Loyalty doesn't have different definitions. The word loyalty means looking out for somebody else's best interests. Cut and dry. It has nothing to do different than real estate than it does in the normal dictionary definition. So loyalty is looking out for the other person's best interests. On number 4, the moment you see the word limited in a question on the state exam or the school exam, the answer is transaction broker. It's the only one that ever talks about limited confidentiality. Let me see. ABC, let's give. See, a licensee ABC must give the no broker relationship. So why do they have to give a form? Remember, the only time you don't have to give a form is if you're a transaction broker, because that's considered the norm. Definitely no broker, you should give it to them before they look at the property so they understand that you're not doing any negotiations for them whatsoever. Oh, number 6 is an interesting one. So why do you think you have to mention the ceramic tile? Why do you think it's that one?
Because it's something that it can be like visible.
Correct. It's something that was not readily visible. So the ceramic tile is loose, but maybe it was covered up by a carpet, and they say to protect people as they're walking through, but maybe they were hiding the broken tile because it's a obsolete tile and there's no way to replace it. So if it's hidden, now if you didn't cover it up with a carpet, then you don't have to mention it. You don't have to point out defects. It's up to the person, buyer beware, take a look around. But the moment it was covered with a carpet, then it's not visible, and then you have to point it out. Okay, so any other questions? Anybody want to know about 8? Basically, all the numbers were there to confuse you. If there's different offers, you present every offer, and you explain the differences to your seller. You don't hide offers. So not automatically you say, oh, I'm only going to tell them about the one that's for $216,000 because it's the best offer. No, because it might not be the best offer. Maybe that person needs 6 months to be able to get their finances straight. So you just present everything to the seller. and explain to them the different terms and conditions and let them make a decision for themselves, which might not even make sense to you personally. Maybe they're willing to wait 6 months to get more money, 216,000. Maybe they say, oh, okay, that's better than interest. I wouldn't get that much money in the bank if I left it sitting there for 6 months. So I'll wait and get paid $4,000 more than the other offers. So maybe it's good for them. Or maybe they're not ready to move and they're like, oh, 6 months? I can wait because then I have 6 months to move my stuff. So you never know why people go for things. So number 9, the typical relationship between a buyer and a seller is what they call at arm's length. Another word to use for at arm's length is caveat emptor, which means buyer beware. The buyer and the seller are not friends. They're not looking out for each other's best interests. They're adversaries. So the typical relationship between a buyer and a seller is opposite. Anybody else want to ask anything, or we're pretty much done with this chapter? Okay, so I want to actually give you a decent break because I want you to get very comfortable. You know, like I said, if you got to put on your pot of coffee or whatever you have to do, because chapter 5 is a lot. The only good thing I can say about chapter 6 is it's not so much. So the less time we worry about chapter 6, it makes up for it because chapter 5 is massive. It's the longest chapter in the book. So let's take a half an hour break now. I will give you another break maybe in the middle of chapter 5, or like a 15-minute break, you know, that kind of thing. But let's go ahead till 7:15. Take a break now, and then we'll get into chapter 5. Okie dokie.
Okay.
Alrighty. See you soon. I'm going to make myself some coffee.
Hi, my name is Crystal Rivera, and I'm a realtor with Live Realty at Nona. I decided to be a real estate agent for my love of helping others, thinking about helping them with their first home, with their first apartment, with their first investment property. Flipping homes is what started me in the business. My husband is into flipping homes, so I went from nursing, which I'm still currently doing, but now going into real estate. Decided to use Cameron Academy because of my nursing schedule and how their schedule works well with my schedule. Did not expect to be prepared as I was. Michael was amazing. He prepared me in 2 weeks to take the test, literally 5 days after I completed the class. And 3 days after that, I was already signed with Live Realty. And here we are 5 weeks later, and I have my first listing. So definitely prepared me well for the real estate industry and just all that's to come. I'm excited, and I wish everybody luck.
Hey, my name's Jonathan Gibson. I am from Orlando, Florida. I had started my career in real estate based on wanting to. I started out my journey in real estate with Camera Academy because I read a lot of online reviews and there were exceptional reviews about Cameron. When I got here, I wasn't disappointed at all. I realized Michael was the best teacher and he helped me learn everything I needed to know about real estate. And he's a very good instructor. He's thorough. He tells everything. He's one of the better professors. He's good at explaining stuff, helping you get through this and making it easy for everything. And I wanted to do real estate because I read some books and I bought homes and I wanted to start renting out my property. And I know we had, based on my research online from Google and everything, I knew I had to do a school for Florida and do the 63-hour course. And I looked it up, came to Camera Academy. It's been the best thing ever. He's helped us with connections. He's brought in different realtors and brokers, plus find work after the academy. So if you're wanting to learn anything about real estate, I would definitely recommend Camera Academy.
Hi, my name is Tamara Fletcher, and I have experience in education. I've worked in education for over 17 years, but I always wanted to get into real estate. I wanted to get into real estate because I love a couple of things. I love people, I love making money, and I love being able to sell homes, or at least the potential of selling homes. I love real estate. That's what brought me to Cameron Academy. Cameron Academy has done so much for me. I have learned so much from Michael. The information that I've gained here has made me feel so prepared for the state exam as well as the exam at the end of the course. I can't go on enough about how enthusiastic Michael was during the whole process of learning and how that really made a difference in the way that I learn. Being able to be here in person and take the in-person classes is what has really made it all the difference in the world. Michael is a great instructor. I saw great reviews about him and his instruction here at Cameron Academy, and I am really happy to say that all of those positive reviews are true, 1,000%. It's made a world of difference for me, and if I could do it again, I would.
My name is Gabriel Minyarji. I've been in the restaurant industry for the past 25 years, now getting the residential investment opportunity. I found Cameron Academy to be very helpful in my new endeavor. Michael Cameron has been very, very helpful, knowledgeable, provided very new and efficient information to help me endeavor my career. I'm very, very pleased and satisfied that I found Cameron Academy and the knowledge that I gained from them, and for all my future endeavors. I highly, highly, highly recommend them. I definitely give them a 5-star plus.
My name is Dennis Duen. I came to the Cameron Academy. My mentor, he also he told me go directly to Cameron Academy. They are very, very good, and that's how he got his license. And he advised me to go to that school. And when I came, so far, it was the best decision that I made. The instructor Michael was very, very good. He's very good, and it would benefit me. Very knowledgeable. I want to say thank you to him. And I think I will pass because of him. I will pass both school exam and the state exam. So it was the best decision that I made. Michael was very good, and I want to say thank you to him. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Samuel Ramirez. I'm an electrician. I got into real estate to get into my own deals and to see if I can sell some real estate for commission on the sides. Cameron Academy taught me a lot of things. It taught me different things that I didn't know about real estate. It cleared up some misconceptions that I had. Michael was a great teacher. He taught me a lot about real estate that I didn't know, and it just opened my eyes a lot more and made me just very motivated to get into this. And I think anyone should go to Cameron Academy.
Mi nombre es Rolly Peralta y acabo de terminar las clases aquí en la Academia Cameron con el profesor Michael. He aprendido mucho y estoy muy agradecido con Michael por todo lo que me ha enseñado. Yo quiero ser un real estate agent para seguir invirtiendo en el futuro y también ayudar a algunas familias a adquirir sus sueños. Estoy muy agradecido con Michael y invito a todas las personas a venir a esta academia.
大家好，我叫 Rudy，我很开心能够跟 Michael 上学，因为他在real estate 这方面学到了给我很多知识，我也很开心能够选到他，因为不是每个人都可以教你，他能够教你的东西，他有很多的实力，有很多的经验，而且很风趣，所以对于我来讲是一件非常幸运的事情。那我个人想做房地产投资，所以我必须要有最专业的知识去帮助我自己。很幸运的能够选到 Michael， 所以我希望大家以后能够给他一个机会去跟他做投资，不会让你丢钱，这个很重要。所以祝你们好运，希望能以后见到你们，谢谢，拜拜。
Ready? Welcome back. Hope that gave you all a nice little break to be ready to jump into chapter 5. Okay, so chapter 5, just to repeat again, there are 12 state exam questions from this chapter. Very significant. There's a lot more vocabulary words than you've seen in other chapters, right? So let's get into this chapter, by the way, is brokerage activities. So this chapter pretty much is how for a broker to run their office. And personally, I think it's inappropriate for them to be asking you these things because you're not trying to be a broker, you're trying to be a sales associate. If you wanted to have to learn all this stuff, you know, you want to be a broker and making the money yourself, right? Let me just adjust my camera down. Okay, that's better. Yeah, that's more. I hit in the middle there. Okay, so you're going to learn a lot in this chapter about how a broker, the rules of a broker's office, but this, in real life, this is not going to apply to you at all as a sales associate. So we're going to get into it. Let's go down to, first of all, this chapter is a great example of the word must versus the word may. Must means you're required to by law. You don't have any options. May means you could, you might. So there's only a handful of must things you have to do, and they come from chapter primarily. Yesterday, we mentioned one, but we're going to have more. So in this chapter, first of all, a broker must have an office. So all active brokers are required to have an office and register that office with the Department of Business and Professional Regulation. So a broker has an individual license as a person, and then they want to create a real estate company, and then they choose how they want to create it. Do they want it sole proprietor, LLC, S corporation? We will talk about all of those things. And once they register that with SunBiz, which is the state of Florida, and get an EIN, and then they open up an office, a physical location. They have to let the DBPR know that they are operating a real estate business out of that location. So registration is letting the DBPR know the name of your brokerage. Now, not you, this is for the broker. And they link the broker's personal license to the business name. And then they issue them a registration, and it looks the same as like a license. If you put one against the other, they look the same. They both look like a license. But if you read the words, one says a registered real estate company, and the other one says a real estate broker. So every broker has to have an office to be active. The office could be in their own house. That's where it says here. If zoning allows it, the real estate office could be in a room in their house. But even if they do it in their house, they still have to have a sign, which we're going to talk about on the next page, but not for now. So a broker could use their home address as the office, as their place of business, as long as zoning doesn't have an issue with it. Now, a broker, as we learned yesterday, can have more than one license. They can have multiple licenses. Every office location that they register must have its own unique license to be posted on the wall so people know they're dealing with a professional, and if there's an issue, they know. Like a doctor's office. If a doctor has more than one office, they have different licenses posted on each wall. So these additional locations are called branch offices, and they just register them with the DBPR. There is a main office, which is the first thing that we talked about. That is known as your primary or main office. And then any question, or are you just clearing your throat? I'm just going to mute you. And then if you want to ask a question, you can unmute yourself. Okay. So every additional location, it's okay. So every additional location has its own license. And then this paragraph says licenses are not transferable. So you can't take one and say, oh, change of address. No. If a broker doesn't want to use a location anymore, they have to cancel that license. And then the new location, they register for a new license because the address printed on the license must match the physical location where it's located. So that's all of that paragraph says. Any questions so far? And listen, if I get to stuff and I get you in the weeds, I don't want you to give up. I don't want you to hide and take yourself off video and just say, I'll read it later. I'd rather you stop me and ask questions if that happens along the way. Okay? So to recap this page, every broker must have a main office. They may, see the difference, may and must? They may have additional locations, which are called branch offices. Each location must have its own unique license. They are non-transferable. And if a broker wants to discontinue a location, they must cancel that license and open up a new location with a new license. And they register the business linking the broker's real estate license to that location. So that's what that whole page is about. So the must and the may. Here's the tricky type of state exam questions. They try to mess with you between must and may. And they say every broker must have, and A would say multiple locations. No, they don't must have a multiple locations. They may have multiple locations. So usually those questions are which of the following is not true. And then if A said have multiple locations, well, that's not true. They don't have to have, but they must have at least one location, which is registered on the broker. Okay, next page. Let's talk about temporary locations for a moment. A temporary location does not have to be registered. It does not need a license. So what is a temporary shelter? It doesn't say temporary office. If you see the word office, it needs a license. Temporary shelter is a place to get out of the weather. So it could be a tent. Maybe you're having one of those open house ceremonies where they rake the ground and they announce a new subdivision. So that is a temporary shelter. You could be at a flea market and you have a booth. You could be at a convention and have a booth. It's not the place you normally do business. The key to knowing whether it's a shelter or an office is whether they negotiate and sign contracts then and there, and if they store them at that location. So if you're negotiating a real estate deal and the person signs the contract and then you keep it in a filing cabinet, that's an office. But a temporary location, a temporary shelter, it's not an office. It's not a normal place of business. You're just using it for whatever. It has nothing to do with time. So there's not like temporary shelters must be used for less than 24 hours. It has nothing to do with that. Maybe you have a temporary shelter for months. It has to do with what are you conducting everyday business there? Then that's not a shelter, that's an office. So shelters do not need a license. They don't have to be registered because you're not going to be doing business there. It's just a place to meet people. Like if you meet people at Panera Bread, a lot of real estate agents will meet people at Starbucks. Well, they don't have to get a license for Starbucks or Panera Bread because that's not their normal place of business. That's not where they're going to do all the negotiations. That's not where they're going to store the contracts once they've been signed. So I just want to make it clear to you because they try to trick you between what is a main office, what is a branch office, and what's a temporary shelter. So we're all good so far on those? Okay. Now, let's talk about an office sign. Starting tonight with this chapter, Michael has highlighted the new book. This is the 48th edition. He'll get the other 4 chapters to you as soon as he can. So this is your school exam question 6. It's going to ask you about that. And because there's a list of things, I bet the question is, which of the following is not required? So you need to know what's true about a sign. Every office must have a sign located near the entrance that is visible. When the person goes inside the office, they understand they're dealing with a real estate professional. And the way you handle yourself in front of a professional is different than, you know, an everyday person. Like when you walk into a lawyer's office, the way you speak is different than you would if you're just, you know, going to hang out at a hair salon. So when you walk into a real estate broker's office, there's certain expectations, and the way you know that you're walking into an office, even if it's in somebody's house, is you will see a sign visible near the entrance, and it must have 3 things on the sign. This is a must. So the first must in this chapter, they must at least have 1 office. It's called a main office. The second must, it has to have a sign visible as you enter. The third must, the sign must have these 3 things on it minimum. It may have more. You see the difference, may and must? It may have more, but it only must have these 3 things. Trade name, if there is one. What does that mean? That means if it's a company name, not your personal name. So if you're calling yourself ABC Realty, that's not your personal name. That's a business fictitious name. If they're using one, it has to be on the sign. The second, the broker who's responsible for that office, their personal name. So mine, Michael's would have Cameron Realty. That would be the trade name. I'm a broker. Michael's a broker. My daughter's a broker. So it would have my name if that's my office. And then the words underneath it that say licensed real estate broker, they can be abbreviated like LIC and then RE for real estate. That's okay, abbreviations. So that way you know this is a broker. So those are the 3 requirements. Everything else is optional. Let's take a look at the example. Little Mo Realty, that is the trade name. Merle Crawford, whoop, how did I do that? I didn't even know that could be done. Merle Crawford, that's the broker's name. Underneath it, licensed real estate broker. Underneath that, Carl Stouffer Broker Associate. Is that necessary? Is that required?
No.
No, it's optional. It's extra. So, by the way, on the state exam and the school exam, they don't give you pictures of anything. So they don't show you like a picture of a sign and say, what's wrong with this sign? It's words. It's a question and then ABCD choice. That's it. So this is just to give an illustration. So I'm going to ask you a question, and I'm going to see if I can trick you. Okay. So you just learned all the rules about signs. You learned everything you need to know about signs. So here's the question. The sign must A, be perpendicular to the doorknob. B, be centered above the threshold. C, must be at least 6 inches above the cove. D, any of the, no, I want to pick a better D. D, Must have the sales associate's phone number. Okay, which one is the right answer? They all suck, by the way. They're terrible answers, but you got to pick one.
I think it's B.
Okay, I got to vote for B. Thank you for voting. Thank you for playing along, Leslie. Anyone else want to take a guess? So A was perpendicular to the doorknob. B was centered above the threshold. C was 6 inches above the cove. And D was the phone number. And the question was the sign must.
I will pick B as well.
Okay, I have 2 votes for B, centered above the threshold. Anybody else? We got more people here. Dorian, what do you think?
Yes, ma'am, we are.
Okay, what do you think? Is it A, B, C, or D?
Honestly, I don't know between those choices.
They're terrible
You,
choices.
you said 6 inches above the code?
Cove.
Cove.
C-O-V-E, cove. They're all terrible choices. They're all terrible.
I guess I would go with the cove, with the entrance.
Okay, so your vote
I'm
is
gonna go with C, Ms. Linda.
okay. Thank you, Joshua. So
Yeah, I was gonna say the C, the cove, because the cove is just the front of the house, right?
no, we have 2 votes for B and 2 votes for C.
It's the difference with the must, right?
Well, you have to pick one, and it said must, so it's they're terrible choices. So it should, if it was may, it could be any of the above, if the word was may, but must. So let's go back. What's required about a sign? First of all, do you have to have one?
Yes.
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 Yes. Does it have to be visible as you enter the building?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. And the 3 things it has to have on it at least is the company name, the broker's name, and the words licensed real estate broker. So it's not D, because you don't have to have a
It's not
phone
D.
number. We never mentioned it, right? It's not D. So we eliminated 1. So we said you have to have a sign, so that's not an option of not having a sign. B said centered, sorry, A said perpendicular to the doorknob. B said centered above the threshold. So what is a threshold? A threshold is the doorway. So centered above the door. Okay. The perpendicular to the doorknob, some people don't go for it because they don't know what the word perpendicular means, but just means at a right angle at 90 degrees. So does it have to be 90 degrees? No, but it's near the doorknob. And then the other one, the cove, when they refer to cove, they're talking about the baseboard made out of rubber. So, baseboard made when it's out of wood is baseboard. When you go into commercial buildings, you know how sometimes they have the rubber and then the commercial carpet? That rubber is called a cove. So 6 inches above the cove. So you're looking down at the baseboard and looking 6 inches above it. So which one is more logical that you will see it when you enter the building? Is it near the doorknob? Is it above the door? Is it below the doorknob, like on the ground? Which place would you more likely see it?
By the entrance.
Well, it's all at the entrance. So which one is more visible? The doorknob?
Perpendicular to the doorknob.
Yes, Savannah, yes. So the answers were terrible, but I swear to you, this was on my state exam. And I remember it because it was so weird. And I didn't know what a cove was. So I went to Home Depot and asked, hey, where can I find coves for sale? And then they told me. And then I went to the aisle and I saw the roll of rubber, and that's called a cove. I didn't know that. I didn't know that at all. So, sorry, got something in my eyeball there. So when you're presented with terrible choices, you have to go for the one that follows the rule. So the rule is you have to have a sign and it has to be visible as you enter. That's a rule. And then the second part is it has to have those three things on it, but it didn't say anything about the trade name or the broker's name. Those weren't options. So the only other must we know is you have to have a sign visible as you enter. Which one's more visible? When you reach for a doorknob, don't your eyes go to where your hand is? Right? Does it have to be perpendicular? No. But when you're given these horrible choices, how would you figure it out? And I'm giving you this example because I sat there for maybe 10 minutes and it drove me nuts. And it was at the very beginning of the test. The first 10 questions of the state exam are there to confuse you and like, huh? And it makes you waste your time. So if you don't like a question, there's a button on the state exam that says mark for review, which you can come back to it later. But while you're there, pick an answer. If you pick nothing and you run out of time, it's wrong because it's left blank. But if you pick something and hit mark for review, if you have leftover time, you can go back to those questions that you weren't too sure about and review them and change your answer before you hit submit. Okay. So the right answer in this terrible example is perpendicular to the doorknob, not because it's perpendicular, but because the doorknob is better than looking up above the threshold or down below where the cove is. So that's an example of a state exam question. There was another one that I had, and the question was the same. The sign must. And let me think of, okay, I'll just make it easy on you. The sign must, A, have the trade name, B, the broker's name, C, the words license real estate broker, and then D, all of the above. What would be the right answer?
D.
D, all of the above. So it must have those three things. There's other ones that might say the sign must, A, have the name of all the partners, B, have the phone number of the sales associate, C, all of this other garbage. And the right answer in that case would be like none of the above. So anytime you have the answer none of the above or all of the above, it's a trick question. So you need to look at it carefully. Any of the above means all of those have to be true. So if one of them's false, then the answer can't be any of the above. So now you've eliminated one of the answers and then you have three to choose from. So that's, test taking skills. Okay, so we talked about the sign. That's enough about the sign. Let's talk about advertising. So I want to talk a little bit about a sign again in general. So, when you see signs and it usually has a really nice picture of the real estate agent, and then their picture is real big, and then it has sometimes the license number underneath it and their phone number. So you don't have to put your license number on a sign. You can put your photo, but this is a part of the conversation about advertising and signs kind of together. If the company you work for has a recognizable logo, like Remax, everyone knows what's their logo?
Like a little balloon, like red and
yeah, balloon. And what color is the balloon?
it's red and blue.
Yeah, red, white, and blue. So it's a
That's what
it's a recognizable logo. And if you work for them, any material you use to promote yourself has to have the company logo on it. So here you go and get a bunch of, pens, with your name on it printed, and you want to give them out to people to remember you. Well, you have to put, if you're a sales associate, you have to put the company that you're working for on it. You can't just put your name and say, hey, you're friendly neighborhood realtor. You can't use the word realtor unless you're a member of the association. So when it comes to advertising, everything you do is a form of advertising. And because you work underneath your broker, you have to get their approval before you can go ahead and promote yourself. So a lot of people think, oh, well, wait a minute. I'm paying for the advertising. Why do I need their permission? Because if you advertise something wrong, your broker can lose their license over it. Like if you use the word realtor and you're not a member of the association, then your broker's in trouble more than you, because they're supposed to be supervising you. So advertising, we're going to talk a lot about advertising on the next 2 pages, and there's a lot of detail about it. So first of all, as we said, all advertising must be in the name of the brokerage under the supervision of your broker. Sales associate may not advertise in their own names. If you want to create promotional products like pens, magnets, anything you want to hand out, you know, coffee cups, whatever, then you must include the name of the company that you work for. There's some more details to this, and if I were you, I would put it in your notes. So they don't spell it out here, but I'm going to tell you because it shows up on the state exam. It's kind of tricky. You never have to put a phone number on any of the advertising, not on the signs or flyers or pens or hats or whatever you do. You don't have to. You don't must. You may. But if a sales associate wants to promote themselves, and why not if they're the ones paying for the hat or the mugs or whatever, and of course they want to put their cell phone, just like on the sign in front of a house, you have your picture and your cell phone number. If you use a phone number, you have to also include the brokerage phone number, so the company phone number. So they have to always know who you work for. So it's not required that you put your phone number at all, but if you do put your phone number, you have to also put the broker's phone number. There's no requirement of which one is bigger, like the brokerage has to be bigger than yours. There's nothing like that. So next time you're driving down the street and you see a realtor sign, you'll probably see their picture really big and then Remax really small with a little balloon, you know, and their phone number is really big and Remax phone number is really small. That's okay, as long as it's all there. So when it comes to any form of advertising, which signs are one form of advertising, but you could also be doing a podcast, you could be doing Instagram, you could be doing a lot of different things. And if you're going to promote yourself, you have to say who you work for in some form, because you're a sales associate working underneath a broker. So you have to make it clear who you're working for. So if you do something wrong, they know who to hold accountable. So a broker does take responsibility by having you underneath their license. So there's a thing called team or group advertising, and it might be a separate logo for, you know, if you ever watch $1 Million Listing, they all work for this Douglas Elliman guy. But each of them have their own teams because they're successful. So there's the Altman team and the Josh Flagg team and all of this stuff. So underneath, when you're underneath a broker, you can also have like a team. If you're, you know, successful, you have a whole group of people working for you, but you yourself are underneath the broker's license. Everything you do has to be approved through your broker. So you're in charge of your team, but the whole team is underneath the brokerage. So when it comes to advertising, let's say you want to make a name like To the Stars Realty. That's your Klitsch name. But if you're all working for like Sotheby's, you would have to put, okay, To the Stars team. But on the advertising, you would have to say, you know, a division of Sotheby's or Remax or Compass or whatever company that that you're talking about. Okay. So that's called team or group advertising. It doesn't replace the other things. You always have to get your broker's permission, but you can create a logo and, you know, have a theme song and all of those other good things. Okay. It says the team or group name can't be larger than the broker's name on the advertising, because it has to be clear the broker is above, you know, the team, that kind of thing. Okay, now let's scroll down. So question 84 on your school exam is you need to know words that can not be used in team advertising because it creates a confusion. The team, again, is they work underneath a broker. So you can't use words that seem like it's a separate company, like agency, associates, brokerage, brokers, company, corp, LLC, and all that stuff. So you can't make it look like it's an individual, separate entity. It has to be clear that it's just a name underneath the brokerage. That's what they're trying to say there. By the way, this is a new question. It never was in the book before about that. Blind advertising. That's not advertising for the blind. Blind advertising is one of these jargon terms that means you don't know who's behind the advertising. So when you ever get like a text message and it just will say something like, hey, how are you? And you don't recognize the phone number. They don't say what company they're from or who they are. That's blind. So if you advertise a property, we buy houses, like you see signs, we buy houses, but you have no idea who we are, that's blind advertising. They just have a phone number there. That's blind advertising. So if they just put like a P.O. box, that's blind advertising. You need to be clear who is behind it. So blind advertising, when it's not clear, when they put just a phone number or a fax number or a P.O. box, and that's a no-no. You're not supposed to do blind advertising. Here's a little point. Licensees may include their last name. Actually, they must. So licensees may use their name, but they may not just use their first name. I can't say, Linda, your favorite real estate agent. There's too many Lindas in the world, and they don't know who specifically, which Linda they're talking about in an office. So if I'm going to use my name at all, I must include my last name. I don't have to use my first name. I could just say, call Miss Cameron. But if I'm going to use my name at all, I have to include my last name. And that's on all forms of advertising, which could be, you know, on pens, magnets, etc., etc., etc. Any questions from that page? And by the way, the thing about the telephone is right here. Sales associates may include their cell phone number on their business cards as long as they also include the brokerage phone number. But phone numbers are not required. They're optional. But if you're going to use your phone number, then you also have to put your brokerage phone number. False advertising. I don't think I really need to explain false advertising. I think everyone knows what false advertising means. But something you might not know is if you're found guilty of false advertising, it's a big no-no. And on the state exam, they're going to, in another chapter, they're going to give you first degree, second degree, third degree levels of crime. And you need to know what the punishment is going to be. False advertising is a biggie, but we're not going to talk about it yet because it's going to be mentioned again and again in other chapters. So you can't do misleading or false advertising. So that's a big no-no. Okay, this is just examples of what could be false. Internet sites. Okay, so you need to put the point of contact information if you're going to have a website. So a way to contact a person, phone number, address, any of those things. You don't have to worry about this unauthorized use. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Remember we said in chapter 1 that if you're going to use the word realtor, then you have to be a member. Well, basically that's an example, but we're not even going to worry about highlighting any of that at this time. Okay, licensees selling property by owner is a good, oh man, why does it do that? Let's talk about this. For sale by owner, let's say you own a house yourself. You also have a real estate license. You want to sell your own house and you want to put a sign in the front yard that says for sale by owner. Is it okay? What do you think?
Yes.
Yes.
It is okay because you're a person besides the fact that you have a real estate license. Now, do you have more expertise and knowledge and maybe have the advantage, the upper hand in negotiation? Yeah, because you know real estate. So when people come to look at the house, before you start negotiating the price, you just have to make a statement and let them know you have a real estate license. You don't have to have them sign an affidavit. You don't have to put it on a sign in your front yard. I'm a licensed real estate agent. No. So if you put for sale by owner, that's fine. Now, what if you want to put your house on the MLS? Everyone understands what MLS is? The database where you search for houses, like Zillow, but 10 times better. So, of course, you might want to advertise your house on that because it gives you more exposure and other agents will see it. You'll get more activity. The good thing about the MLS, how else would you find a house? You drive around a neighborhood. Well, when you drive around a neighborhood, you don't know if it's a 4-bedroom, 5-bedroom, just looking at the front of the house. Basically, you look at it if it looks good or not, if it has curb appeal. That's the word, curb appeal. It's attractive from the outside. But there's a lot of houses that are not attractive from the front, but maybe they have a beautiful backyard with a beautiful pool. Maybe the inside is incredible, but the facade, the outside, it's a turnoff. So how would you even get people interested to even look at your house? So that's what MLS is good, because you can put pictures of the property on the MLS. The real estate agent that's a member has access to the database. They have their client next to them. What is it that you want? Oh, I need a 3-bedroom, 2-bath in this neighborhood because I work at this school. So then they put in the information and it pops up choices. So there's photos there and the client's next to you and they say, oh, don't even show me that house. It's so ugly. And they keep going. But maybe you know that that house has an incredible backyard and they have a bunch of kids and you think it would be awesome. So you might say to them, you know what? It doesn't hurt to look at it because we're not going to drive over there. Let me show you what the backyard looks like. And you show them the pictures. And then if they like it, then you say, okay, let's go ahead and make an appointment. We go over and we take a look at it in person. So the MLS is a great selling tool, but it's owned by the Association of Realtors. And that's one of the reasons why you want to be a member. Okay, telemarketing. Telemarketing has a lot of rules. You cannot block your number. They have to know who's calling, which we know they block the number. We know that because we experience it and get all these, phone calls all the time. They are allowed to call you between 8 a.m. and 9 p.m. I know for sure I got at least 2 questions wrong on the state exam because this one stood out to me. It said, which of the following is true about telemarketers? And answer A said they may call you between 8 a.m. and 9 p.m. And answer B said they may call you between 9 a.m. and 8 p.m. And then, you know, C and D is different. I went with B because to me, 9 a.m. is more decent than 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. is more decent than 9 p.m. So I got it wrong because they're allowed to start telemarketing you between 8 a.m. and 9 p.m. Now, there's restrictions. They're not allowed to do robocalls with pre-recorded messages. I get those at least 3 times a day. And they try to get real smart with AI. Like now I got a robocall yesterday and it said, "Hey, how you doing?" And I'm like, "And who is this?" "Oh, you know," it pauses, like pause. "Oh, yeah, it's been a long time since we talked." I'm like, "Who is this?" And then it says something completely different. It's not answering my question. And then I said, "Oh, this is a robot." And then it says right away, "This is not a robot. I am a person." And then I said, "Prove it to me. What temperature is it outside?" And instead of saying something like, I don't know, I have to take a look, or this or that or the other, it just said, "Oh, no, I am a person," you know, or something stupid, and then clink. So they're not allowed to do robocalls or have pre-recorded sales, you know, like interest rates as low as 5%, da 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 da. That's a no-no. You can block your phone number by joining what they call the do not call lists. So it's for free. You can Google and get your number put on the do not call list. You can have your fax number. Nowadays you can have your Instagram, your Twitter account, your Facebook, your phone number, your cell phone, and your landline. All of them, you can have them put on the do not call list. However, that doesn't mean people won't call you. But if they do call you, then they're in violation of the law. And then they're in trouble. But good luck pursuing that. Like there's a fine, but even if they find a person guilty of it, you don't get the money. It goes to FCC. So especially if you get those calls from India or the Philippines or Nigeria, where there's these marketing centers, they're not going to go sue somebody in another country. So it doesn't eliminate people telemarketing you, but at least if they call you, you can say, "Oh, I'm on the do not call list," and then at least they'll hang up, or say, "Remove me because I'm on the do not call list," even if you aren't. And maybe it can reduce it, but it doesn't eliminate it. Cold calls, that's when you just call somebody that you don't know or don't have a relationship with. What happens if you cold call somebody and I don't know about you, but I keep getting calls every day. "Oh, you're the owner of property at blah, 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 blah. Are you interested in selling?" And they're just randomly calling you. If you're on the do not call list, that's a no-no. What if they have a sign in the front of their yard that says "for sale by owner" with their phone number, and you call them, "Oh, I have a lot of clients that are interested in your neighborhood. I would like to be your realtor." And then they say, "Oh, you have no right to call me. I'm on the do not call list. What's your license number? I'm going to report you. You're not allowed to solicit me. Da 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 da." What do you think about that?
You're allowed to solicit him because he solicited himself in the front lawn.
Exactly. You put your phone number in the front yard. You're soliciting yourself. You put your number there for anyone to call you. You didn't put on the sign, "all calls, but do not call me if you're such and such." So because they put their number out there, they were soliciting themselves, and anybody could call them, crank call them, bother them, and all of that stuff. So when you see "for sale by owner," you know, on a sign in the front yard, you're allowed to call. And if they say they're not on the do not call list, you're not in violation. But there's an interesting thing. So it's a little bit different, a sales associate, than a broker. So a sales associate who calls somebody on the do not call list, if they have any relationship with them in the past, they're not in violation because they're not a stranger. The do not call list is don't randomly call strangers. So who's a stranger? When do you become strange? Well, if you haven't spoken to that person in more than 18 months, they're considered to be a stranger. Even if it's a relative. You know, they haven't heard from you in 2 years and you call them all of a sudden about their property, they could say, hey, you're in violation of the do not call list, which you would be. And they say, oh, but that's my cousin. But if you haven't spoke to your cousin in more than 18 months, you're not that close. But not just a relative. It could be anyone you did business with. So if you sold them a car and now you're selling houses and you start calling all your clients and you say, hey, by the way, I hope you like your car. And they're like, yeah, well, I can help you find a house just as nice as I helped you find a car. And, you know, and then they might say, okay, or they might get mad. So as long as you know them somehow, they're not a stranger. And the do not call list is to prevent strangers from randomly calling people. Okay, so that's what that is about. And that's going to be question 11 on your school exam. So when you see a number there, that's on your school exam. And the good thing about it is you know exactly what number it's coming up. So if you want to make notes in the exact order when you see things, 1 through 100, and then, you know, on an Excel spreadsheet, maybe put the number 11, and next to it, you may call somebody you've had contact with as long as it's less than 18 months since you last spoke to them. And then you have that as information, and then you apply it to the question, however the question is. So this is a little summary. They may call between 8 and 9. For sale by owner is an exception. Okay. By the way, how do you know if somebody's on the do not call list? Before you start randomly calling people, you're supposed to check the registry. So you can Google do call registry, and then you can type in the phone number and see if the person's on there or not. And if they're not on there, you can call them, and if they complain, so what? As long as you call them between 8 a.m. and 9 p.m., there's no violation. Even if they get mad at you, you're not violating. If they're on the do not call list, as long as you know them from some type of relation, whether it's business or personal, and it's been less than 18 months since you had contact, then you're still okay. Any questions so far? Okay. Emails. You can't randomly send people emails without getting an opt-out or an unsubscribe option. So the CAN-SPAM Act is the law about emails. And if somebody says they want to opt out, unsubscribe, you got 10 days to remove them from your random emails. You know, there's some sales associate or brokers that try to do like a weekly newsletter and, you know, like fax and stuff like that. I still get them all the time from my mortgage broker for a house I bought years ago. And they send emails about, you know, what's new or what's interesting. If it's a newsletter, then that's okay, because they're not trying to sell you anything. If they try to advertise something for sale, that's when they're in violation. So that's why you always see those like newsletters, because if they're not trying to sell a specific thing, there's no violation at all. But if you don't want to receive them, there has to be some kind of unsubscribe button, and they call that an opt-out, and they're supposed to remove you from their list within 10 days. Okay, so that is all of that. And the same thing is true about faxes, but I think they removed faxing from the chapter. In my book I had last year's, the 87th edition, it says fax machine. So I guess people aren't faxing anymore. They removed the fax from there. Interesting. I'm just looking to see. Yeah, there's no more faxing. Huh. Interesting. I mean, it's interesting to me. Okay, so this is just like a practice question. We can skip all of that. Okay, completely different subject now. We talked about advertising. We talked about signs. We talked and said the broker must have an office. They must have a license registering that office. They may have branch offices, but each branch has to have its own license. If they use a temporary shelter, that doesn't need a license because it's just temporary. They have to have a sign that you can see as you enter. The sign must have the 3 things on it: company name, broker name, the words licensed real estate broker. And then when it comes to advertising, if a sales associate wants to advertise, they got to get their broker's permission. If they want to put their name, they got to include their last name. If they want to put their phone number, they have to include the broker's phone number. So that's where we're at up until now. And telemarketers can call you between 8 a.m. and 9 p.m. as long as you're not on the do not call list. But then there's exceptions to that. So now we're talking about escrow accounts. Escrow accounts is money putting aside for a purpose. And there's several different things that you'll put into escrow with real estate. So, sometimes they'll put money to get the appraisal done, or money for the inspections, or money to run their credit, or, there's different things. Also, the deposit, when you want to purchase a property, you're going to put a deposit, and that's known as earnest money deposit. That's another name for it, or good faith deposit, or binder. All of those mean the same thing. So if you see a piece of property that you like and you want to make an offer, you offer, I want to buy the house at this price, and I want to put a deposit to show I'm serious. Is a deposit required on all transactions? No. If I'm the seller, which offer would I take more seriously? Somebody that offers me with no deposit, or somebody that's given me a really nice deposit? Of course, a nice one. It shows they're more committed to it, more likely to buy it. So that money does not belong to the seller. It goes into escrow, into like a safe account to be held. At the time of closing, they would receive that money. So that money is put into what we call an escrow account. The escrow account can be held by the broker or the title company that's going to do the closing, or an attorney. I'm sorry?
No, I apologize.
It's okay. So the escrow account can be in an acceptable depository, which could be a Florida. By the way, the word Florida has to be there. So a broker could decide to have an escrow bank account or not. The broker does not have to have an escrow account if they're not holding the money. I've been a broker for almost 30 years, and I've never had an escrow account to put deposits. I always try to use the same title company, but the seller might say they prefer another title company, and it's the seller's choice which title company to use. If the seller chooses a title company, it's not your fault if things don't go well. So if the broker says, no, I want to hold on to the deposit in escrow, then the broker has to create an escrow account in either a Florida bank, which when they say Florida bank includes credit unions, blah, 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 or they might put it with a title company. And you see the word Florida is in front of each one, or Florida attorney. Those are the 3 places that the money could be held in escrow for safekeeping until the closing. Or if the deal never does close, then the money is going to have to be refunded. But we're going to talk about that because not always, So they must put the money immediately into an escrow account. So if the broker has it in a bank, the broker has complete control over that money. The broker is completely responsible for that money. If they turn it over to the title company who's supposed to do the closing or an attorney, the broker's not responsible anymore for that money. And if things go wrong, the buyer wants their money back. They don't go through the broker. They go to the title company or to the attorney that's holding the money. So as a broker, I don't want responsibility for that money. There's some brokers that do wrong things with the money, like they're desperate to pay their bills, so they'll send it. That's illegal. That's conversion. But there are a lot of people out there that misuse the escrow money. So just to be safe myself, I never hold on to the escrow money. I find out who the title company is, and I give the money directly to them. It has nothing to do with, they try to trick you on the state exam. They'll say, what if the check was written personally to you? And then they'll give you examples of what should you do. And A says, endorse it and put it in your bank account. No. Or it will say, endorse it, put it in your bank account, and then get a cashier's check to the title company. No. If it has my name on it, I don't deposit it. I either ask the buyer, can you write another check to the title company? Or I sign the back of it and I give it to the title company. But I don't put it in my own bank account and wire the money or transfer it. The best thing is to have the buyer transfer the money through a wire directly to the title company. So the money, if you're going to make an offer, you don't have to give the money at the same moment you make the offer, because maybe the seller says no, they don't accept your offer. But if they accept the offer, then that money has to be there immediately, because basically they took their house off the market for you. So what does the word immediately mean? That's what question 70 is about on your school exam. And you can pretty much bet this is going to be on the state exam as well. And this one, I would say state exam as well. So
Miss Linda?
Yes.
My highlights are a little bit different than yours. I mean, I'm par to par with what you have, but I have 26 and 31 on my page.
Okay, so you're not using the newest, did they send you today new PDFs of chapter 5 and 6?
I don't believe I've received that. No.
How about everybody else? Did anyone receive 5 and 6? I think in the chat.
I mean, I'm highlighting as you go, but it's just, I just wanted to mention that it was different.
It wasn't
I
sent
received.
to go into the website and get it, like into the link that they gave you and to log in. It's in the it's on the chat. He put it on the chat.
Yeah, there's what you have was the 47th edition. What you had yesterday and the day before. So just today, Michael released chapter 5 and 6 with the brand new 48th edition, and he's working on the other chapters. So as they release them, like Louis put it in the chat, and that's the new one you're using. And you'll notice the highlights are different. The page numbers are different. Like for example, in the one you have, Dorian, you probably have information about the faxes. Look under where it says email. Yeah. And that's how you can tell if you have the old or the new, because I was shocked when I was looking at this on the computer screen. I was like, wait a minute, where's the fax section? Because I have in front of me my own book, but it's the 48th edition. I mean, 47th edition, the old one.
So that'll be, I just go back to my student portal and kind of re-download the new ones.
Yeah, is that, Sharice, is that, it's in the chat? Is it a link in the chat?
No, you have to go to the portal, and then what he says right there, you go to the dashboard and then you got to go to the material. And then once you open the material, you will see it. Like it'll have it there, and you'll click on the one that you need, which is 5 and 6.
Okay, thank you. Did you catch that, Dorian?
Yeah, I'll just go after our next
next
break, and
break?
I'll re-download it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. They just, they gave us the 48th edition with no warning. And normally, we have time before class starts, so there's no confusion. And then once they give it to us, what we do, and that's not what every school does, when they give a new book, the teachers have access to the final exam. I know what your final exam is going to be. I get the PDF of it. And then I and Michael, we take your final exam and we go back to the book and find it for you. Where's the information? And then we put the number on the school exam. If you go somewhere else, they don't necessarily do that. I mean, that's something we do to try to help you pass the tests, is we go back and we find, now on the state exam, it could be anything you highlight in the whole book. But for the school exam, we know exactly what's on it because we have a copy of it. So we go back and we find what are the important things. So question 70 on your school exam is going to be a question about what does immediately mean? And immediately means something different for the sales associate than the broker. The word immediately for the sales associate means by the next business day. For the broker, it means by the third following business day. So if the sales associate gets a deposit, in this example here, sales associate gets the deposit on a Tuesday. That's a business day. When do they have to turn that money over to their broker? Because the sales associate doesn't hold on to the money. They have to give it to the broker because the broker is responsible. And the broker decides if they want to put it in a bank, with a title company, or with the attorney. And a broker can decide on every single deal differently. Maybe he wants to put this one in the bank. Maybe he wants to put that one with the title company. So you just hand the money over to your broker. It's none of your business what they do with it. So immediately for the sales associate is get it to your broker by the next business day. So Tuesday you receive it, by Wednesday before the office closes. So they use the word by end of the business day. So before the end of the day, you get it to your broker. Now, if your broker is open till midnight, then you get it before midnight. If your broker's open till 5, get it before 5. If your broker closes at 1 p.m. on a Wednesday, then get it before 1 p.m. on a Wednesday. So it's for the sales associate, immediately means by the next day, business day. Now, for the broker, it means something different. From the moment the sales associate, and also anyone who works for the company, could be the secretary, could be the office manager. If anyone takes the money from the buyer, the clock began to tick for the broker for the deadline of getting the money into a safe escrow account. Again, the 3 choices: Florida Bank, Florida Title Company, or Florida Attorney. And on that note, one of the trick exam things, here, I'll give you a question and then you tell me which one it is. The broker must deposit the binder deposit no later than the 3rd business day in A, a bank, B, a title company, C, attorney, D, none of the above. What do you think? And you're like, Linda, that's what the highlights say. It says, aha, it didn't say Florida. So the answer would have been none of the above. Because if I say bank, title company, attorney, that's not good enough. It has to say Florida Bank, Florida Title Company, Florida Attorney. Now let me give you another example. Okay, let's say the broker must put it into escrow in A, Florida Bank, B, title company, C, attorney, D, any of the above. Which one do you go for?
A.
Which one? Evelyn, I couldn't hear you. Which one?
A.
I said A.
Okay, we got A. Good. You didn't get tricked. A was the only one that said Florida, right?
Mm-hmm.
So A said Florida Bank. Now, when you see in the question it said must, and you're like, oh, wait a minute, must, they have to. No, that's not right, because they have three choices. And as long as they have three choices, it can't be must anything. It could be this, it might be that, it may be this. Well, the only one that was appropriate was A, because it said Florida Bank. You do have the choice of putting it in a Florida title company or Florida attorney, but B and C didn't say that. It just said attorney title company. So then it can't be B or C, which means it can't be D, which means the only appropriate answer was A. Good job. Okay, so the broker must get it into one of those three places no later than the third following business day from when anyone in the company took the money. So even if it was the secretary who received the money and wrote a receipt, and then she went on vacation, or she got sick or had a car accident, because on the state exam, they had an example of a car accident and they were in a coma for a few days and all of this big sob story. But it doesn't matter the situation. The money was received by the company, which means the broker has to get it into an account that's either at a Florida bank, Florida title company, or Florida attorney, no later than the third day afterwards, third business day. Weekends and holidays don't count. So if they receive the money on Tuesday, it doesn't really matter when the sales associate got around to giving it to their broker. The clock began to tick for the broker. So Tuesday is the day you receive it, so it doesn't count. It's the following days. So Wednesday would be day number 1. Thursday would be day number 2. Friday would be day number 3. The broker has until Friday before the close of business to either get it in a Florida bank, Florida title company, or Florida attorney. Any questions about that? It's good if you read some of these examples to get an idea. And this example here too, like the sales associate receives the money, that's day 0. You don't count the day you receive it. It's the next business day. If you receive it on a Friday, day number 1 isn't till Monday, because weekends don't count, holidays don't count. So Martin Luther King Day would have been a holiday. So if I got the money on Friday, I wouldn't have to give it till Tuesday. So day number 1 is day number 1 also for the broker as well. And then day 2, and by day 3, the broker must have it in one of those 3 places. By the way, the state exam is very touchy about any questions that deal with money. The moment you're holding on to clients' money, that's like really important on the state exam. And they might ask you 3, 4, 5 questions just about the money because it's that sensitive. Any questions about any of that? Ooh, Sherry. Okay, let's talk about personal checks. Can the person give you a personal check, a post-dated check? Okay. Whose money is it ultimately? The deposit money eventually belongs to who? The buyer, the seller,
The buyer.
the seller. So the buyer gives the deposit so that the seller knows that they're serious and the broker doesn't try to sell the property to somebody else. That's what the deposit is for. That money, if the deal goes through, eventually the money is given to the owner, to the seller at the closing. But sometimes deals don't go through for whatever reason. There's too many reasons to even list. So the money eventually should go to the seller But if the deal doesn't go through, the money might have to be returned to the buyer, but we have to talk about different situations. So if the money really is ultimately belonging to the seller tells you whether it's okay to accept personal checks or post-dated checks. It's up to the seller, not anybody else. So if they try to trick you and say, oh, you know the client for years, you know that they're millionaires, they give you a post-dated check because they have to move some money around their stock and their 401k, which of the following is true? And A will say, yes, they can give you a post-dated check. B, ask your broker. C, ask the client. D, ask the seller. It's D, you ask the seller. If the seller says it's okay to take a post-dated check, you need to know a little bit about post-dated checks, by the way. But if the seller says it's okay, then you can. If the seller says it's okay for a personal check, then receive it. Or if they say wire the money, you know, that's a different story. But let's talk about post-dated checks. In the state of Florida, they do not care about the date on the check. Just because you put a date in the future does not give you the excuse to bounce a check. The day you write a check and sign it, it's supposed to be good. If you have an agreement with the other person, you know, it happens all the time. Hey, listen, I want to pay you, but I have to wait till my paycheck clears. I'll give it to you on Friday, deposit it on Friday. It's a normal thing that happens all the time. It's a common thing. But what happens if that person went to the bank and cashed the check? The money happened to be there, and now all your other checks bounce, your mortgage and this and this. You can't go sue the person you gave the check to and, oh, you caused my bank to go in the negative because you deposited early. Well, then you shouldn't have given me the check in the first place. This is what happens in a court of law. I've been there because I've taken people who wrote me bad checks. And then the first thing the judge says is, the date on the check, is that the date you received the check? No, Your Honor, they gave me the check and they said, hold it till Friday. Dismissed. No, Your Honor, I didn't try to deposit it. I waited a week to see and it still was bad. Dismiss. But why, Your Honor? And then they give you an education. You know, you're an adult. You took a worthless piece of paper that you knew it was worthless the day you received it because they told you don't deposit it. And you decided to take it anyway. Shame on you. I had that told to me in a court of law. So post-dating it means nothing. The day you give the check, the person could go right ahead and deposit it immediately. So the seller has to agree whether to hold the money back or post-date it or not. Now, what happens if everyone agrees to post-date it? This is a question on the state exam for the broker. What are they supposed to do? So the day it's post-dated for is the day when you put the money into escrow, the same day. Normally, you have 3 days to get the money into an escrow account as the broker. But what if they post-dated it for 10 days? Then on that 10th day, when the check's supposed to be good, the same day you should put it into the escrow account. And also, remember, this is not for a sales associate to do. This is all problems for the broker. And you have to know that you don't hold people's money. You don't make a decision if they post-date the check. You don't even care what your broker says. You ask the seller, is it okay? And if the seller says yes, then you tell your broker, the seller said it's okay to hold this check until this date. And then you give the check. Even if it's post-dated 10 days from now, that doesn't mean you have 10 days to give it to your broker. You still have to turn it over to your broker before the end of the following business day. But then your broker has to hold on to it until the 10th day and deposit it. Any questions about all of that stuff? Because they're very touchy about the money questions. Okay, so let's
One
talk.
question, Linda.
Yeah, go ahead, Silvana.
So the advice that
I can that you're giving to us is to do not post stated checks, do not receive them.
Yeah, what I'm telling you is it really means nothing in the state of Florida.
Uh-huh.
When you post date a check, doesn't mean legally the person has to wait until the date on the check. And I'll tell you why. People would post date and then the check would bounce and they would blame the bank teller. Oh, why did you cash that check? It says clearly on here, don't deposit it until December 31st. And this is October. How dare you deposit? How dare you cash that check for the person? And well, you shouldn't have given the check out. The moment you sign a check, it's supposed to be good.
Yeah, because you are giving the right to the seller. The money is just a guarantee. Is just something to hold the business, right?
Yeah, it's like they say, like a gentleman's agreement. Oh, wait a minute, you said you wouldn't cash it. Well, yeah, I said that. but I needed to pay my rent and that check looked good. So I deposited my account because my bank doesn't hold back the money. I've had an account there so long, they gave me credit. Later on it bounced, but you know, I paid my rent. So yes. So post dating means nothing, but you still got to get the seller's permission for post dating, because the broker could put that money in the drawer and then let it sit there for 10 days. If you didn't tell the seller thinks that their house is sold. It's just in the process of closing. And then oh, this is a state exam question. What happens on the day of closing if the check is still bad? If it has insufficient funds? So let's just say this scenario. The seller gave you permission to post date the check. The check bounced, but the seller still continued to work towards the closing with the buyer. On the day of closing, the loan the buyer arranged with the bank, for the mortgage was wired. However, the deposit check still was no good. Which of the following is true? A, you must reschedule the closing because the deposit is no good. B, you don't have a contract because the deposit was never good. C, ask the seller what to do. D, none of the above. What do you think? These are state exam questions.
Ask the seller.
Ask the seller. I never said how much the deposit was, right? I did say that the mortgage was approved and the money was wired to the closing agent, right? So imagine someone's buying your house for $500,000 and they gave you a $500 deposit to hold, the house with the contract. And that $500 check bounces, but they wired you $500,000 for the mortgage. You could cancel the closing if you want to, but now you got to start all over again, and hopefully that buyer can get approved, and maybe they don't, maybe they get out of the contract, blah, 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 blah. You don't even have a deposit to keep because it bounced. So if I'm the seller, I would let the closing happen, and I would not count on ever receiving that $500. Now, of course, it's probably more than $500. Let's say it's $1,000 or $5,000. I might say to the buyer right then, hey, listen, I'm going to let the closing go through. However, I'm going to put a lien on your property for this $1,000 deposit check. That could be a thing. It depends upon how desperate the seller is or how motivated, but it's the seller's choice. I could take $500 less for my house if I'm selling it for $500,000 and I'm making profit. Maybe I don't care about the $500, maybe. So it's always the seller's choice. But this is how the state exam gets a little tricky, because you're going to try to be righteous. Oh no, you must reschedule the closing. No, you don't have to. You don't must. You could. You might. Oh, another answer said the insufficient funds will come out of your commission. No, it doesn't come out of my commission. You know, so these are different ways they ask you the same question. Now, what is a signatory? A signatory is a signer. So only if the broker holds an escrow account in a Florida bank only, then the broker must be a signatory on the account, must be a signer. Sometimes there's more than one broker in an office. Maybe there's partners, maybe there's 20 brokers. It doesn't mean you have to get 20 signatures on the check. Anyone who's on the bank account as a signatory, as a signer, can sign the check. Even the secretary, if you've listed them allowing the secretary on the bank account, or the accountant, whoever. When you go open up a bank account, the owner of the business opens the account and adds anybody else they want to be allowed to sign on the bank account, which could be anybody. So when the broker decides they want to keep the money in a Florida bank, they have to have access to that money in case the deal doesn't go through and they need to refund it. Or if the deal goes through, they have to give the money to the title company to give to the seller. So the broker has to be at least on the bank account. You know, sometimes people make partnerships and there's a person who has the money to open the business, but they don't have the license. So they make a deal with somebody who has a broker's license. Hey, listen, I'll pay you a salary. I'll pay you $50,000 a year just to make my office legitimate. I'll run the office. I'll take the risk. I'll do this and I'll do that. And so they agree. The broker is responsible for the office, but the broker is not really running the show. This person with the money is. So if they decide to keep a bank account for the escrow money, only the escrow, we're not talking about the money you pay the rent or the advertising or the salaries with. We're talking about the deposits that buyers give. That has to be a separate bank account if you're going to have a bank account. It can't be intermingled with the personal money or the business other money. And you don't have to have a separate bank account for every separate contract. It could be one account to hold all escrow monies in. Just like lawyers, when you pay a retainer, they put money into an escrow account and take it out. So the broker must be a signer, not the signer on the escrow. So they just have to be listed on the accounts. Because the state exam will say there are 20 partners. Which of the following is true? A, every partner must sign the check. B, the broker must countersign the check of the CPA. C, the CFO must sign it. No, anybody who's on the account can sign the check. But the broker has to be listed on the account when it's holding customers' money. That's what they're trying to say. But what happens if the bank account accumulates interest? You know, the money's sitting there until the closing, and if it's an interest-bearing account, it's earning money. Who owns the interest? It's not the broker's money. It's the buyer's money that they gave to hold on to the property until the day of closing, and then it becomes the seller's money. But in the meantime, the broker's holding on to the bank account. So everyone feels like they have the right to the interest. The buyer, the seller, the broker. So it has to be discussed and it has to be agreed upon by all three parties, buyer, seller, broker, that if there's interest earned on the account, who will get the interest? And there's no problem with them deciding how to divide it. So if the broker says, listen, I have an investment account, I keep all my stuff in, and this is where I like to hold it into escrow. And if the buyer and the seller don't ask about, oh, well, what about the interest? Where's mine? If they don't say anything, then fine, the broker keeps the money. Or if the buyer and the seller say, hey, we should get it 50-50, well, that's leaving out the broker. And the broker could say, no, I want part of that. So it's negotiable, like every single thing. Everything is negotiable. Okay. Money to maintain an escrow account. You know, when you have a bank account, they charge monthly fees, or if there's a bounce check, or if you have to wire something. So you're not supposed to mix money together. Like the only money in an escrow account should be the deposits that buyers give you. But sometimes that could cause the account to go negative if the check bounces, etc., etc. So the broker can put up to maximum $1,000 of their own money to open up an escrow account with, and they could keep the money in there, or they could take it out, but no more than $1,000. Not the other way around. They can't take $1,000 out of the escrow account and put it into the broker's personal account. You see the difference? So if it's a property management company down here, they can put up to $5,000. I don't know why this is going crooked. It's kind of funny. So why does a property management company get to put $5,000 in an account to keep it positive, and a broker only to get to put $1,000? Property management companies are usually for several properties, with like an apartment complex where you have hundreds of apartments. So there's a lot of deposits, and the money stays there until the end of the lease. So that money sits there for like a year or 6 months or 2 years, however long the lease is. And there's a lot more money going in and out of the account because of the volume of apartments or condos, that the property management has to make sure there's enough money to cover it in case some checks bounce. So they allow them to put up to $5,000 in the account to keep it positive. So it's just information. You have to memorize it. Okay, record keeping. How long you have to keep records. Every time they talk about records, it's 5 years. You have to keep records. So the bank account, you have to keep copies of the statements for 5 years in case they accuse you of commingling or sending the escrow money. I noticed something else. The book has really changed a lot. Let me just take a look for a second. Yeah, they did change a bunch of things. No more failure to account and deliver. Interesting. Okay. Conversion. Conversion is when you spend money that's not yours. Brokers cannot use the deposits for their personal or business expenses. If you say, oh, I got a $5,000 deposit, but my rent's due. Okay, I don't need to put it in the bank for a few days, so I can put it in my account, and by then I should be able to cover it because I'm expecting a commission check. So that's a no-no. That is using someone else's money that doesn't belong to you. That is known as conversion. When you deposit and put it into your personal account, that's called commingling. So if you don't spend it, but it's just mixed together with your personal money or your business money, that's a no-no. So you're not supposed to commingle or convert money that is not yours. Failure to account and deliver is an expression. If you can't give back the money, you have a failure to either account for it or deliver it. Maybe you can account for it. Hey, I lost that $5,000 you gave me. I was careless. I left it in the front seat of my car and I left the door unlocked and someone took it. Okay. I'm accounting for what happened to it, but if I can't deliver it to you, so failure to account and deliver is bad. Maybe you were just careless, but you can't give the money back because it's not there for whatever reason. It's called failure to account and deliver. Okay, let's talk about title companies or attorneys. If the broker chooses to turn the money over, they don't want to be bothered with it, and they decide to give it to a title company or a broker, or attorney, the broker's not responsible. Once they give the money to a title company or an attorney, they don't have to answer for it. So when they give the money to either the title company or an attorney, they have up to 10 days to get a receipt or proof of deposit or some kind of written statement from the title company or the attorney that they received the money on time. What is on time? Up to 3 days after the brokerage receives the money. So just because they're not responsible for that money and they have up to 10 days to get a receipt for it, doesn't mean they have 10 days to give the money to the title company. It means they get 10 days to prove they gave the money in time. In time means within 3 days after they received it. So if they receive the money on Tuesday, Tuesday is day 0, Wednesday is day 1, Thursday, Friday. They wire the money to the title company on Friday. And sometimes the title company doesn't give you a receipt right away. Maybe it's not automatic. So then if you don't get it, you have to call them and say, hey, I need a receipt. I need to prove you received that money. So you have to get that receipt within 10 days from the time that you received the money or you gave the money to them to prove that you did it on time. All of this is in case somebody accuses you of manipulating, using that money. It's to prove your innocence. So the broker is off the hook as long as they get a receipt from the title company or the attorney that they gave them the money within time. And within time is up to 3 days after. And the receipt, they got up to 10 days to go get the proof. Any questions about all of that I threw at you? Okay. All right, now we're going to talk about settlement procedures. Okay. Good faith doubt. What happens if the deal doesn't close? What happens to that deposit money? So the broker does not deliver the deposit until the deal closes. But if it doesn't close, what happens? So the buyer gave the money to the broker to hold on to it, to guarantee that the seller, that they are serious and they want to close on the property. But for whatever reason, the closing doesn't happen. What happens to the money sitting there? It depends. So in the sales contract, you can write all the different terms and conditions. So for example, you give a deposit, but you say, I want to have 10 days to do an inspection of the house to see if there's any problems. So if you don't have the house inspected until the 20th day, then it's your problem because you didn't do it in time. And if the house turns out to be a mess and you don't want to buy it, you don't get your deposit back because you didn't do what you were supposed to do in time. So all the different things are inside there. So there's other things. There's, roof inspection, there's termite inspection, there's other things that you have done on the property. There's appraisal. So what if the appraisal comes back and the house isn't worth what you offered and you can't get a loan for the full amount? So then you want to get out of the contract. So there's all these different things we're going to talk about in the contract chapter. But if there's a dispute between this deposit money, the buyer says, I want my money back. The seller has to agree to release the money. You can't just give the money to the buyer back. They have to agree to release it. If they agree to release it, no problem. But if the seller says no, now we have what's called conflicting demands. Conflicting demands is when both people feel like they're entitled to this money. What happens next? And by the way, this is all the broker's problem. This is not you. You're the sales associate. You're not responsible for this money. It's in the broker's hands, but you still have to know what the rules are to get your license. So conflicting demands is when both parties want the money and the broker has to try to negotiate between them. So they look over the contract to see what the terms and conditions that they agreed upon. And the broker is an intermediary. Even if it's very clear in the contract, still you got to ask the seller permission to release the money. And if the seller says no, you can't just give the money. So what do? So the broker, when there's a problem, the broker has up to 15 days to let FREC know that there's a problem. So they put FREC on notice. Hey, a deal didn't close. Here's a copy of the contract. The seller does not agree to release the money for whatever reason. And you're just letting FREC know. That doesn't mean FREC gives you permission to do anything. It's just putting them on notice. Remember who could take away your license? FREC. And the fastest way to lose your license is if you use this or misuse this escrow money. Again, you don't have control over it. You're a sales associate. The broker is supposed to be doing all this. So let FREC know. But it just doesn't end there. You have to do something about it. And when I say you, I mean the broker. So there are 4 choices how to settle the matter. They're called settlement procedures. And the broker has up to 30 days to implement at least one of them. It doesn't mean that they won't try more than one, but they have at least 30 days to try one of those procedures. And if one doesn't work, then they could implement another and another. So a trick on the state exam is actually like if you read these 2 sentences. So they might say, for example, if a broker waits 10 days before they report the conflicting demand, how many days do they have left to implement a procedure? Well, it's 30 days total. So if they send a notice to FREC after 5 days, how many days they have left? 25. If they wait 9 days, how many days they have left? 21. If they do it 1 day later, how many days they have left? 29. So they have 30 days maximum to try one of the procedures. So what are the procedures? There are 4 to choose from that the broker chooses from. One of them is mediation. Mediation is an opportunity to negotiate between the parties, but mediation is not a binding agreement. And when they say the word binding, it means the other person has to. So it's negotiation. It doesn't mean they must obey the mediator. A mediator is a person who listens to both sides of the story. They don't have to be a licensed mediator. The mediator could be a friend, family member. It could be anybody. The buyer and the seller agree to who the mediator is. And if the mediator gives advice, oh, I think the buyer should get their money back, you listen, but you don't have to follow. The mediator is not official. Whatever they say is not in stone. So mediation is an opportunity to listen, to try to resolve it. But if you don't like what they say, then you can go on to another procedure. Arbitration is binding. Whatever the arbitrator says, it's final. So how do you know which one it is? By the name. If this is a mediator, it's a negotiator. If this is an arbitrator, it's like a judge. So anybody could be an arbitrator. As long as the buyer and the seller agree who that person is, if they agree to arbitration, it means they both trust this person so much that whatever they say will become final, and that's the end of it. You don't go to court, you don't have to go to a judge. Whatever the arbitrator says is final. That's what arbitration is. A third choice is litigation, which means take it to court. And the word interpleader is what you call the deposit given to the courthouse. So the money that's sitting in escrow, the broker would take it to the courthouse and say to the clerk, hey, here's the money, and whatever the judge decides to do with it, you have the money. So that's what an interpleader is. That's going to court, litigation. The fourth choice is called an escrow disbursement order, EDO for short. EDOs may be given by FREC, maybe, if FREC wants to. So remember at the beginning, we said you have up to 15 days to notify FREC that there's a problem, and you have up to 30 days to do something about it. So FREC already knows there's a problem. So you might say to FREC, listen, we would like you to decide who should get the money. So you send FREC, and again, when I say you, I mean the broker. So the broker gives FREC a copy of the contract and a form that's called an EDO form, escrow, the money, disbursement, who to give it to. Order means you're ordering it. And then it's up to FREC to decide if they want to give their advice or not. FREC can say no. FREC can say, we think maybe you should go to litigation, or maybe you should go to a mediator first. So they could refuse to give advice. FREC doesn't like to give advice. Remember who FREC is. It's 7 people volunteering to help that aren't getting paid, that are getting reimbursed up to $50 a day for, for gas and food and yada, yada. So FREC could say, no, try one of the other methods. Also, if the deposit is more than $50,000, FREC will not give advice, even if they want it to. So FREC, if they want to, only will give advice if the deposit is less than 50 grand. So the state exam might say there's a $100,000 deposit. Which of the following may not be used as a settlement procedure? A, mediation, B, arbitration, C, litigation, D, escrow disbursement. And the question, which one is not? So that would be escrow disbursement, because 100,000 is more than 50. So these are 4 choices. Now, the last little thing, which is question 36 here. What if it gets resolved after you ask FREC for an EDO? And let's say the buyer and the seller come to some agreement. So you don't need FREC's advice anymore. If you resolve it, you have to notify FREC within 10 days that it's over, it's finished. You don't let it linger. So you got 3 questions on your school exam about this stuff. Question 78 is more about how long do you have to institute a procedure, up to 30 days, business days. Question 82 is going to ask more which one is binding. That would be arbitration. And question 36 might say something like, hey, they resolve the issue. What happens? Well, you got 10 days to let FREC know that you don't need their help anymore. That was a lot of information. You guys have some questions? This chapter is a lot of information.
Let's say if FREC comes up with an answer.
Yeah.
And both buyer and seller come up with their own. If they settle on something else, even after FREC has spoken, can they still go with their choice?
Okay, so you want to ignore that. Great question. So let's say Frick gives something and, the buyer and the seller don't want to agree with it and they come up with their own thing. Yeah, the broker does not have to abide by Frick's advice at their own risk. So they ask for an EDO, but then the buyer and the seller come to an agreement, so they decide not to follow the EDO. That could happen. And then you would just notify Frick and say, thank you for your opinion. The buyer and the seller have come mutually up to this agreement. And that's it. And the only reason you're letting Frick even know about it is so that if somebody tried to accuse you later as a broker that you're holding on to this money or you're using the money, you're kind of being transparent. So if they try to blame you, you're blameless, But all of this is only if the broker held the money in their own Florida bank account. Any of this is not a situation if they just would have given the money to a title company or an attorney in the first place. So as a broker, I've never held on to the escrow money. And it's tempting, especially in commercial property, when you might have $1 million deposit and they're building some huge commercial project and it's going to be 3 years in the making. And you're saying, damn, I'd like to hold on to that $1 million and get interest on it. It's going to be sitting there for 3 years. So then you say, oh, okay, I'm going to open up an escrow account just for this deal. And I'm going to make interest on it. So it's tempting. But it's also a chance to lose your license if things go bad. It's okay you put it in an interest-bearing account as long as the buyer and the seller agree that you're allowed to keep it. Any other questions? By the
Linda,
way, yeah.
for me, I don't see difference between mediation and the arbitration.
Okay, thank you. So
You're welcome.
I highlight this because it's just an acronym to try to memorize what the 4 options are. M for mediation, A for arbitration, L for litigation, E for escrow disbursement. The difference between mediation and arbitration is whether it's a final answer or not. Mediation is not binding. Binding means you're obligated to perform. So if you agree, sometimes on credit cards, they'll have, like, when you get when you get a credit card in the mail and then they send you that booklet with all the rules and tells you the interest rate. Usually most of them say you agree to submit any disagreement to arbitration. So arbitration means a third party is going to make a decision and whatever they say goes. You like it or don't like it, it's the end of the story. You can't take it to court after the arbitrator says this is what's going to happen. And you agree whatever the arbitrator says is the final word. I don't feel comfortable doing that myself. I would want it to go to litigation to have the chance to go to court. Mediation is a chance, just listen to what the other party says to see if it sounds like it's an agreement you could come to, but you don't have to follow the advice the mediator gives. You could listen to it and then ignore it. That's the difference between arbitration and mediation. Does it make sense now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Man, since it's weather, I have to crack lips. Any other questions about, there's a lot I unpacked on you guys in a short period of time. Okay. What happens every time we learn a rule in this book? What happens immediately afterwards?
You learn the exception.
Thank you. You learn the exception. So we're about to learn the exception to all of these rules when it comes to the deposit money. So there are 3 exceptions. When you don't need mediation, arbitration, litigation, escrow, disbursement, the rules are clear and final what to do with the money. So when can you give the money back to the buyer without the seller's permission? And you don't need to go through any argument. You have, as the broker, you have authority and control of the money to give it to people, to give it to buyers back under circumstances. These are the 3 exceptions. So if it's a HUD auction, do you know who HUD is? It's Department of Housing and Urban Development. When somebody forecloses on a loan, if the loan was insured or guaranteed by the government becomes the owner of the property, and then they auction it off through the Department of Housing and Urban Development. And to bid on one of these houses, let me see if I could show you something really cool. I don't know if it will show on your screen. Let me try to go to, no, that's a PDF thing. I want to show you, if I can show you a website. Can you see this? You see Firefox?
The handout.
Okay, so, all right, so that's not showing you the whole screen. It's not sharing the whole screen with you. Let me see. Share screen options. Okay, I think it's not doing it because Louis set this up. You can't see Firefox right now?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. I won't be able to show it to you tonight. I'll find out. Louis, our computer genius, he had set it up and shared it just to show the PDF and not all the stuff on my computer. But I wanted to show you there's a website. If you were interested in houses in foreclosure, if you want to buy one, you can go to HUD, and I think it's called Home Pathway. I think that's the name of it. So this is a website that has all the government-owned foreclosures, and you bid on them, and there's a deadline. So you pick the house and you look at it, and it will tell you what the minimum bid has to be. And you see something you like, you can place a bid online, but you have to give a deposit of $1,000. And you could bid on several properties, but each property you have to put a deposit of $1,000. Well, you're not the only one bidding. There could be 10, 100, 1,000 other people bidding on the same property, but each of them are giving $1,000 deposit. So HUD doesn't get to keep that money. What they do is you submit your offer with the deposit and proof that you've been either approved for a loan, pre-approved, or that you show proof in your bank account that you have enough money to buy it. And you submit this, and on the auction day, HUD opens up all the offers and compares them for who has the highest offer. And then they make sure that they have the credentials, that they actually have the money in the bank, or they've been pre-approved for a loan. And so then that person wins the auction. And then all of the other people who bid, they deserve their deposit back. So if you are representing a buyer and bidding on their behalf, you might have 10 different clients that want to bid on the same house. And as a broker, you take 10 deposits and you submit all the offers. And maybe none of your clients win the bid. So then all of those deposits need to be immediately refunded back to those buyers. So you don't have to wait for HUD to say, it's okay, give them the money back. Because when you bid as a broker, when you bid, you don't have to wire the $1,000 deposit. You just have to say, yes, I received it from the buyer. So now you're on the hook for that money. So of course, there's only one person who wins the bid. And so that's one obligation, but everyone else should get their money back. So then the broker can turn around and take the money out of the escrow account, and if they have it in an escrow account, and give the money to the clients who did not win the bid. So that's one exception, but that's not the normal everyday situation. You know, But that's one of the exceptions where you don't have to ask the seller's permission. Who is the seller? HUD. Okay, the second one, if a buyer of residential units gives a notice to cancel in a timely manner. So even though you sign a contract that you're looking to buy it, you do have a cooling off period for any property. It's 3 days. For timeshare, it's 10 days. And for a brand new condominium, it's 15 days. You're going to have this in another chapter, but I want you to make some notes for yourself, and I'm going to explain it again. So you can call it the cooling off period. In other words, the right to cancel. For any property, you have at least 3 days to change your mind. If you say, I want to cancel the contract, then you're entitled to get your money back. So the seller is not entitled to keep that money, the deposit money. We're not talking about closing. Once it's closed, it's yours. We're talking about you put a deposit, kind of like a car. You put a deposit on a car until they get it in. You can change your mind and get your deposit back as long as you change your mind within 3 days. Okay? If you're buying timeshare, you have a 10-day cooling off period to change your mind. So when people buy timeshare, they give them financing options and the people have to put, let's say, 10% down. That's the money they can get back, the down payment. Some people buy the timeshare flat out and then their money's gone because once you close on it, bye-bye. But if you give a deposit, you can get a deposit back. So timeshare, it's 10 days. Brand new condominiums. So what about a condominium that is resold? That's 3 days. But a brand new condominium, you have up to 15 days to change your mind. So why 15 days for a brand new condominium and only 3 days for, let's just call it a used condominium? Why do you think? Anybody have some theory on it?
Would it be for builder's defect?
Yeah, when it's new, you don't know it's a problem because there's no one that's lived in it, right? But when it's a previously owned condominium, there's other people in the building that you can ask questions. There's other condo owners. Hey, how often does your condo fees go up? Or hey, what is it like to live here? And then maybe somebody says, oh my God, the crime is horrible. All the cars get broken into every single night. There's never a security guard here. They keep raising the condo fees. So then you're thinking, damn, I don't want this condo. So you cancel the contract because you haven't bought it yet. You're in the process. Maybe you're getting financing or whatever. So if it's been owned before, there's other people you can ask. So they only give you 3 days to ask around. But if it's brand new, there's really no one to ask. And maybe it's not even built yet. So what do? You have to read the condo docs, which are like this, to see if there's something in there. When I was growing up in Hollywood, Florida, I remember my best friend's grandparents lived right on the beach. And we were all excited. Your grandparents live on the beach. Let's go. Because we always went to this place on Hollywood Beach. And, oh, that's so cool. We can go swimming and then take a shower in your grandparents' condo. And we could go have lunch there and we can go relax. So we went there and they wouldn't let us in. Not the grandparents, but the condo manager. They said nobody under 18 years old is allowed on the property. Wow. As a grandparent, I would have never bought a condominium that doesn't allow me to have my grandchildren come visit me. But in South Florida, especially when I was growing up there, so back in the 70s, you have all those old retirees that are miserable and they don't want kids around. And they apparently don't care about their grandkids either. So, would you want to buy a condo if you found out about those rules? Some other condos might say you can't have overnight guests. And they can be ridiculous things. You decide to live in that condo or not. So, you know, a condominium, they make up their own rules. It's not like one rule for all the condos in Florida. It's whatever they agree upon. If they say this is going to be a nudist condo, there are places like that where everybody is clothing optional. And then you don't realize that, you go buy it, and then the next thing, and you don't want that to be the environment. Well, it's your fault you bought in that condo complex. So you should read the bylaws. And if it's a brand new condominium, there's nobody to ask. So you have to read the stuff, and it takes a long time. And that's why they give you 15 days. So 3 days for any type of property, 10 days specifically if it's timeshare, and up to 15 days if it's a brand new condominium. The last one is if it's if the financing doesn't fall through. So, you know, the appraisal might come back and it's not enough, then you can get out of the deal and get your deposit back. So these are the 3 things that you don't have to ask permission from the seller to release the money. It's your right under these 3 conditions. So on the school exam, you notice that only this paragraph was highlighted. That's probably because the question is specifically about how long you have the right to cancel. So the question might say, a developer gives you how many days to cancel or right of rescission. And a developer means it's brand new. So then the answer would be 15 days. If it says it was a previously owned condo, how many days you have to change your mind? 3 days. I doubt if they'll ask you about timeshare because they don't usually ask anything about timeshare. Okay, so that's going to be question 51 on your school exam. Alrighty. Now we don't have to worry about these. I don't even know why they keep it in the book. They never ask questions about that. There used to be a thing on the state exam about money in advance, but not anymore. Let's talk about the fun part. Let's talk about commission. Oops. Sales associates commission. So a sales associate works underneath a broker. They cannot operate on their own independently. They have to work underneath a broker. Sales associates cannot open up their own office. So all the clients, the contracts, the fees, everything, it's property of the broker. The amount of commission is always negotiable. Everything in real estate is negotiable. So any questions they ask you in real estate when it comes to money, it's all negotiable. And it's negotiable between how much they pay is between the broker and the client. The client could be the buyer or the seller. So notice that it says it's negotiated between the broker and the buyer or the seller. It doesn't say negotiated between the buyer and the seller, because then they would agree to pay you nothing. So let's say the broker gets 6% of the deal. Then the broker and you negotiate how you're going to split it. So you bring a client to your broker. Let's say the broker's getting 6%. You negotiate with your broker before you're hired. And it's negotiable. It's not like they tell you and you have to do it or go work somewhere else. The broker might say, okay, I'm going to give you 50-50. Watson Realty usually works like this, 50-50. So any money that you generate, half of it goes to your broker because they're teaching you the ropes, and the other half you get. Or Keller Williams says 70-30. You get 70% and the broker gets 30%. Or Remax says 95-5. The sales associate gets 95%, the broker gets 5%. And you might think, oh, that's where I'm going because they give 95% of the money. Well, be careful, especially the ones that say 100%. Is it feasible that you would get 100% of the commission and the broker gets 0%? Does it even make sense?
Yeah, because they usually charge you a monthly. La Rosa does that.
Yes. Yeah, so they'll charge you a monthly fee, a transaction fee, an underwriter fee, a secretarial fee, a technology fee, a joint advertising fee. So they'll nickel and dime you to death, but they'll tell you, you get 100% of the commission, but you have to pay us for use of the office, use of the parking lot, use of the conference room, use of, you know, your beeper. If people still use beepers. Okay, so it's all negotiable and it can be constantly renegotiated. So let's say at the beginning you get 50-50 and you don't mind because you know nothing, you're green. But once you get to know what you're doing, you say to the broker, hey, you know, that's a lot of my money. I'm doing all the advertising. I'm paying for the leads. I'm doing all the work. I think I should get 80%. And the broker could say, okay, or they could say, no, bye. And you can negotiate. The great thing about real estate is you can renegotiate your income all the time. It's not like a job where, oh, you have to wait 90 days before we do a review and all of that, or you can only get raises once every quarter. No, every day you can renegotiate, you know, and if they don't like it, you go work somewhere else. And there's no problem in that. Real estate is unique. It's not like they look at a resume to say, oh, they've worked for 5 years at this company. They're solid. No. Probably I wouldn't want somebody who worked 5 years at the same place. I would want a go-getter. And a go-getter is someone who's not satisfied and they would be moving around, you know? So it's totally negotiable at any given time. The sales associate really has a lot of power in the relationship. It's very unique. You could be day one and have all the cards in your hand. You might know more than the broker. You might have more connections than the broker, but you don't have a broker's license yet because you have to start off as a sales associate. And then after 2 years, you can be, you know, work towards becoming a broker. Okay, can you share your commission to other people outside of the sale? Yes and no. Oh, I'm trying to get that. If you want to give all your commission back to the buyer, to the seller, it's up to you. As long as you don't hide things, totally up to you. So, you know, I'll have relatives that will say, oh, I want to buy this house, you know, and this is where I want to go. And they pay 10% commission or whatever. And I'll go and I'll put my name on the contract and everything. And then when I get paid, I turn around and give the money to my relative. I don't have to, but I could. And there's no problem with that. The only one you cannot give any part of your commission to is like you don't give money to title companies. You don't give money to the appraiser. You don't give money to the mortgage company because you know, that's considered like you're trying to influence.
Kickback?
Yeah, exactly. So what is legal as far as kickback? Kickbacks are legal sometimes and other times no. Depends upon what it is. So you can get a kickback all the time if it's not for something you need a license for. So let's say I know a landscaper. I know all kinds of people because I have a couple of houses. So I have my people that clean the pool, my people that cut the grass, my people that paint, my people that clean. And you say, hey, do you have some, or my electrician, my AC guy, and I recommend them to you. They can pay me money. They can give me a kickback. It doesn't take a license to cut the grass. It doesn't take a license to clean the pool. It takes a license to build a pool. There's a difference. It doesn't take a license to do tile, doesn't take a license to paint. So if I recommend these people to you, they can turn around and give me a kickback, and there's nothing wrong with that, as long as I don't hide it. Because if I hide it, then it's like I'm trying to influence you to use this person as if I'm innocent and there's nothing in it for me. I have no problem. I do taxes. Today I had it on my website. I put refer a friend, and then you can put the person's name there and you can get credit when they get their taxes done. I give $25 referral fee. And today I had a new client that said, oh, so-and-so recommended me. And they said to make sure they mentioned it. I'm like, thank you. And I have a note. So when that person comes to do their taxes, I'm going to give them that $25. And there's nothing illegal about that. So it depends on what it is you're doing and what you're giving the referral for. So if it's something like real estate or mortgages or appraisal, all of those things need professional licenses. So you can't get a kickback for those. Otherwise, it looks like you're trying to influence, their decision making. But anything else, sure, why not? The only ones you can give money to are the people who are involved in the transaction, the buyer or the seller. That's the only ones that you can give money to. The other broker, like let's say I represent the seller, another broker represents the buyer. The brokers split money, and you can split it with the buyer and the seller, but not somebody else outside, not their friend, their neighbor, their cousin who recommended them. You can't. Okay. Antitrust laws. Anytime they mention the Sherman Act or the Clayton Antitrust Act, it's about not fixing prices to create a monopoly. So everything in real estate we say is negotiable because of this. How much commission do you charge? It's negotiable. On the state exam, they'll say, oh, what is the typical commission? That's not a good question. Everything in real estate is negotiable. So there is not a common or a traditional or acceptable or an average. The answer is it's negotiable or none of the above. So it's to avoid monopolies, price fixing, because it happened many times. The airlines back in the 70s, I remember Eastern Airline and Pan Am, and I think Delta. I moved with my family from Pennsylvania to Florida when I was, like 2 years old. And my grandmother was in Pennsylvania, and we wanted to go visit her. But the cost was crazy. And I remember it until this day. I remember it was $600 a ticket. And we were like 6 kids in our family, plus my parents. So $600, I mean, today we don't pay $600 to go to Florida to Pennsylvania. We could probably find a deal on Frontier Airlines for $48 or Spirit Airlines or JetBlue or whatever. But back then, only those three Continental was the other one. They're the only 3 airlines that had the rights to fly on the East Coast. So they created a monopoly. They got together and they said, oh, let's make an agreement that none of us will charge less than $600 for the flights. So that way we're all making money. And they created a monopoly because they were the only ones allowed to fly. They had the contract. So that's a no-no. To break the monopolies, there was a lawsuit called the Sherman and the Clayton Act that was to break monopolies. If you watch some of the old Wild Wild West, ones, you'll see like a little grocery store, a trade post, and then a carpetbagger comes into town and makes a big trading post and makes the prices really cheap for corn. Like the show Hello Dolly, if you ever saw it, they'll sell stuff cheaper just to put the other guy out of business. If you watch that movie, Who's Got Mail, that's the whole story. So it was like Fox was really Barnes and Noble, and they started having coffee shops and lounges and all these things that had nothing to do with selling books, but they made a nice environment, and then they sold books super cheap, and that put all these little mom and pop bookstores out of business. And then once they're out of business, of course, they raise their prices. So it's a no-no in every kind of business. It's called the Sherman-Clayton Act. And in real estate, you cannot fix prices. That's why every single thing is negotiable. Oh my God, it's 9:30 and we're not even done with chapter 5. I was going to give you a break, but can't now. Okay, liens on property. Yes. Can you put a lien on a property? Yes, if the parties agree that you can put a lien for the commission. Good luck on that one. But on commercial property, part 3 of chapter 475, And part 4, when you sell commercial property, you can put a lien to make sure you're going to get paid, because on commercial, you spend a lot of money on marketing and advertising when you're a broker trying to sell it. So if they decide to cancel you, you can put a lien on their property so you can get your money back. Same thing with renting commercial property. So that's all I'm going to say about that. Kickbacks, love them, want more of them. That's what I talked about, as long as it's something that doesn't need a license. So you can read that. Oh my goodness, we haven't even gotten into this part yet. Okay. I'm going to have to go a little bit fast. I'm sorry. Different forms of business. When a broker decides to open up an office, what do they want the business to be? Sole proprietor is one person doing business themselves. Partnership is more than one person. There are 2 types. There's a general partnership and there's a limited partnership. So a general partnership, all of the partners have to be equal. So they all have to be brokers. And then, so you can read the details about that on your own. Limited partnership, you can have investors, and you could have somebody puts in cash, you could have somebody puts in experience, you could have different people. The people who just put in cash, those are limited partners. The general partners are the brokers who do the real estate deal. You have to have at least one broker to make a partnership. Same thing here with general partnership, same thing. But what's the difference? Don't confuse the word partnership with partner. Partner is a person, partnership is the organization. You could have a general partnership, a limited partnership, and each one of them have general partners and limited partners inside. The general partners are the brokers. The limited partners are silent partners that are cash investors. You could have a combination of each in either one of the organizations. So what's the difference between a general partnership and a limited partnership? In a general partnership, if you get sued, all the partners have to pay out of their pocket. And if they make a profit, all of them share the profit. In a limited partnership, only the person who made the mistake gets sued and could lose their money, have to pay it back, or lose their ownership in the business. So in a general partnership, if you lose, they all sink. In a limited partnership, only the one who made the mistake gets, thrown off the ship. Let's talk about corporations. Corporations are an artificial entity. In Florida, if it's a Florida-based partnership, it's called domestic. If it's outside of Florida, it's called foreign. So foreign doesn't mean overseas, it means outside of Florida. Every company, it doesn't matter what it is, sole proprietor, partnership, corporation, you have to have at least one broker running the business. So you have an active broker. You could also have a bunch of different officers in a corporation, like a president, vice president, secretary, and all that stuff. But you have to have at least one broker who's licensed that runs the company. Sales associates, can they be a partner? Only a silent partner, which is a cash investor. Nonprofit organizations, that's not typical. Don't have to worry about that. Don't want that. LLC, limited liability company. It could be a single owner or multiple ones, but we're not going to go into that now. Vacancy. If the broker in charge, something happens to them, they die, they're fired, they quit, they lose their license, you gotta fill the vacancy within 14 calendar days, or the company is out of business. That's an important one for the state exam. Okay, ostensible partnership is not a real partnership. Ostensible or quasi-partnership is when people just think you're partners because of the way you're acting. You've given the impression that you're partners, but you're not legally, there's no business relationship. So let's say you have a girlfriend, boyfriend, and they're always around and people assume that you're married just because, well, maybe, you say, oh, this is my wife or this is my husband, but you're not really married. It's the same way with a partnership. When you act a certain way that people think you're partners, but you're not really legally. So if you act like partners and get sued, guess what? You're going to be responsible because you confuse the public that way. Corporation sole is a nonprofit organization. Joint ventures get together for just a project. Business trust is when you're in charge temporarily. Like, let's say somebody dies and, a child owns a company. So temporarily you're in charge. Cooperative. Oh man, what is going on with these highlights? Let's talk about co-ops a little bit more tomorrow because I want to get through and at least give you a little bit of chapter 6. Trade name is any artificial name that's not your official name. So if I call myself Nationwide Properties, that's not my natural name. So I would have to register that so I'm behind it. And you can register a trade name, but they have to know who's the broker behind all of this. Okay, we're not going to talk about that. Personal assistance. You can hire people to work for you, even as a sales associate. They can do anything for you that they're legally allowed to do. So if they're licensed if they're licensed, a real estate license, they can do everything. If they are unlicensed, then they can do administrative secretarial things. They could run ads, they could collect deposits, they could open the door, they could hand out donuts at an open house, but they can't negotiate because that's reserved for people that are licensed. So we talked about that a little bit yesterday. Hallelujah. We're done with this chapter for now. A few things we would have to go back and talk about tomorrow, but I told you chapter 5 was a lot of information. Sorry, I can't give you guys a break. Chapter 6. Chapter 6, there are two questions on the state exam from this chapter. And I think I need to change the color. Sorry, there's not 2, there's 3. It's a little bit too violent there. There are 3 state exam questions from this chapter. This chapter is all about violating the law. Okay, breach of trust. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. Someone breaks your trust or your confidence. Concealment is when you, oh man, this highlighter. Concealment is when you hide information that might be important to the other person to know. Culpable negligence is when you're guilty of being careless. Fraud is when you blatantly lie, you know it's a lie. Material fact is information related to the subject. Misrepresentation is when you misdirect somebody. This happens a lot in timeshare. Oh, it is the only property. Oh, it's the best property. Oh, this and this. Is it really? That's your opinion. That's not a fact. So misrepresentation is when you give exaggerated statements that aren't necessarily true. Moral turpitude. This is a good one. Well, it's a bad one, which means it's a good one. Moral turpitude. Look at this definition. It's contrary to honesty, good morals, justice, or accepted custom. Contrary means the opposite. So it means it's not honest, meaning it's dishonest, immoral, unjust, and socially unacceptable. What are some of the examples of that? Like embezzlement, arson, robbery, larceny, theft. Those are examples of moral turpitude. So the complaint process, you have to memorize these 7 steps and know the exact order that they're in, because the state exam might say they did this, what happens next? So when someone makes a complaint against your real estate license, first, a person makes a complaint. it has to be legally sufficient, meaning it has to be a violation of real estate law. It can't be like they just say, oh, you know, that person was cursing all the time, or they made me feel uncomfortable because they were too close to me. That's not a violation of real estate law. It could be a legitimate complaint, but it's not something that FREC would get involved with because it's not real estate related. So step one is someone makes a complaint. They investigate. It's not like they hire Columbo. They do some initial phone calls to find out. It doesn't mean that you're guilty. They're just collecting information. If they really believe that the situation is dangerous and that the public could be harmed, they do what's called a summary or an emergency suspension. It doesn't mean you lose your license, but they're going to suspend your license until they have a chance to find out what's going on. And then maybe you lose your license or it goes away. So that's the first two steps. Then you have probable cause. Probable cause is do they think they have enough information to actually go forward with the case? So even if it's something that is a violation of real estate law, if they don't think it could be proven, they're not going to waste time doing all of these steps. So who decides if there's probable cause? FREC. Remember, FREC is 7 people. Out of the 7, they ask at least 2 of the members to review the complaint. Out of these 7, there has to be a majority decision. That is so stupid. What is the majority of 2? What is the majority of 2?
2.
Yeah.
2. Right? You don't have 1.5 people.
Yeah.
So they should say unanimous decision, not majority decision, but I'm just making that clear to you. So, so the probable cause panel is 2 people from FREC. At least one of the 2 people have to be a licensed member. The second person could be the consumer. So out of the 2 people, you can't have 2 consumers deciding if a person violated real estate law. So out of the 2, one could be a consumer, but the other one has to be licensed. And they could be licensed previously, like maybe their license isn't active anymore or whatever. But out of the 2, they have to review it and they have to make a majority decision, which I say is a unanimous decision. And they make a decision if there is probable cause, meaning is there enough information there that they feel they could go forward to like a conviction or something like that. All of this happens without you knowing. It's done behind your back. Once they decide to take it further, they type up a formal complaint. That's the first time you hear about it. You receive this in the mail and you see that they're investigating you and someone has made a complaint against you. Doesn't mean you're guilty. Now they put you on notice. Once they put you on notice, you got like 30 days to respond. You agree or you disagree, and then it goes from there. You might say, well, it kind of happened like that, but let me tell you my side of it. So you might ask for a stipulation. A stipulation is like agreeing what would the punishment be if I just said guilty or if I said no contest. So if they say, oh, well, for this type of infraction, we would charge you $100 fine and suspend you for 10 days. And then you think to yourself, you know what? I'm going on vacation anyhow. I don't want to be bothered. I'll give them $100 and I'm going to be on vacation. So you agree, but you want it stipulated specifically. This is what the punishment will be if you agree not to go further. One choice, you could voluntarily just give up your license. If you know you've done it wrong and you don't want it to go any further, that's a choice. Once you voluntarily give up your license, you're not going to get one back ever again because you didn't even fight it. The next step is a hearing. So I don't want it highlighted like that. There's 2 types. There's informal hearing or formal hearing. And informal is where you say, you know, I just want to talk in front of FREC and you don't need to bring any witnesses against me. And and whatever FRECs decide, it's like arbitration, whatever they decide, I'll accept. A formal hearing is when you want to fight it. and you can subpoena witnesses and hire a lawyer, and they have to bring evidence against you. If they're going to accuse you of something, they have to prove it. As much as you defend yourself, they have to also prove that you did that thing. So at the hearing, it doesn't matter which one it is, whether it's informal or formal, somebody has to act as the judge. And that is called an administrative law judge. And they're the person that's going to listen to it and make a decision. It's not like there's a jury. It's just somebody. So who is the law judge? Somebody from FREC. So remember, you had 7 people from FREC. 2 of them were on the probable cause panel. Do you think any of these 2 should be the judge? Somebody who thought you're guilty from the beginning, do you want them to be your judge? No. So the rule is, like, they'll ask you on the state exam, who could be the administrative law judge? And then you could say any of the members from FREC that are licensed. They're not going to let the consumer be the judge. And then they might say, who may not be the judge? Well, anyone who already determined the case for probable cause, because the 2 people who listened to it before made a decision, they thought you were guilty, and that's why it went further, so they're not allowed to. Okay. The final order is when remember, administrative law judge is not a real judge. It's not a real court of law, because FREC are not lawyers, are not judges, they're not police. They can't put you in jail. They could take away your license. They could charge you a fine. They could suspend you, that kind of thing, but they can't put you in jail. So the FREC members, they make a decision for a final order. And the last step is, if you don't like it, you always have the right to appeal. And question 67 on your school exam is about that. And I would make sure you know what this word means. Writ of supersedis and stay of enforcement. I would make sure you know that for the state exam. So let's say all of this happens to a broker, and this broker has 100 agents underneath them, a lot of people that are depending on their income on this broker. And this broker feels like they've been unjustly accused, but they didn't take it serious enough, and so they lost. They could say, wait a minute. I don't want to be out of business. Can you put a temporary, like an injunction? That's called a stay of enforcement, meaning don't do anything right now. Don't take away my license. I need some time because I want to appeal it. So they have the right to do this. They ask for a stay of enforcement to stop the procedures. And then it has to be approved. You ask for it. When you ask for it, it's called a stay. If they approve it, it's called the writ of supersedis. And that's Latin for the right to supersede or to overstep. Okay. So what are the penalties? So there are different levels of penalties. I mentioned before there are minor penalties and there's administrative penalties, because this is not real law. They cannot enforce imprisonment, is not allowed, because criminal punishment is through a real judge in a real court of law, and FREC is not one of them. So what type of things could they do? Take away your license, suspend your license, charge you a fine, or they could say, we don't want you to renew your license. These are the type of things that they can come as a punishment. So the first thing they do, they can, as a punishment, is give you just a notice of noncompliance. This is only if it's your first offense and it's something minor. So a notice of noncompliance, you have 15 days to correct whatever you're doing wrong. So for example, they say, oh, the broker, you didn't have a sign visible as you enter. Okay, I'm giving you a notice. It's the first time you're getting a notice. It's something minor about the sign. You have 15 days to fix it. So they have 15 days to go get a sign. Then FREC comes back out. Not FREC, let's say somebody that works for the DRE They come out and do an inspection and they see you still don't have a sign. So now it goes from just being a notice to now a citation. A citation is just like a ticket. Just like when you're speeding, how long do you have to object? You got 30 days to respond to a ticket. Either you agree or disagree. And then if you're still found guilty, then it will be a fine. You don't have to memorize any of those things. But so these are the possibilities. Notice of non-compliance, that's the 15 days. Citation, like a ticket. Reprimand, that might just be like a slap on the hand. Denial, that could be not allowing you to get a license. Probation, they could give you a fine. They could suspend your license, or revoking is taking it away. All of this is like explanations of all of them. We don't have time to go through them, but they're there for you. Administrative fines, the maximum is $5,000 for a serious one. Suspensions, they can suspend your license up to 10 years. Revoke is, permanent. They took away your license, it's gone. But revoking without prejudice is the opposite. Revoking without prejudice, they take away your license, but it's not your fault. The only example, sometimes they make mistakes and they mail you the wrong license. It's happened to me before and some of my students. All of a sudden in the mail, you get a license for something you never applied for. And so they made a mistake. So they will revoke that license. And that doesn't look good on your record because people look up your name and see revoked and they think bad things about you. But then it says without prejudice. And hopefully people know what that means. It means it's not your fault and it's not going to be held against you. So in the future, if you wanted to apply for that license, then you could get it because you had one, but it wasn't your fault. It was by mistake. Okay, probation. We don't mean probation like you go to jail and that kind of probation. Probation is more like they just watch and see if you do anything else. They might tell you, hey, we're watching you. You can't have any more complaints for the next 60 days and then it will go away. That's what they mean by that. There's two levels of penalties. There's civil and criminal. Again, criminal, they cannot put you in jail. They can recommend you go to jail, but they cannot put you in jail. But they can charge you a fee or a fine accordingly. So there's civil penalties and there's criminal level. And we're going to talk about each one. So a second degree misdemeanor. The punishment is up to $500 and up to 60 days in jail. Can they put you in jail? No. Can they recommend you go to jail for 60 days? They can. But it would take a real court and a real judge to do that. But this is what it is. So what is an example of a second degree misdemeanor? Is false advertising. That's an example of a second degree misdemeanor. Okay. First degree misdemeanor. First degree misdemeanor is up to $1,000 fine and up to 1 year in jail. Again, they can't put you in jail. But what is an example of a first degree misdemeanor is when you do not give accurate information for a rental. What do we mean about this?
Bait and switch.
Bait and switch, thank you. So when somebody goes and they advertise, hey, we're going to give, this much for rent, and then they turn around and, that could be also considered false advertising. But there's a list that people will print up, like a real estate agent. Someone walks into your office and says, hey, I'm looking for a place to rent, but I want to rent a house instead of an apartment. And then who has that information? Real estate agents. So you pull it up on the MLS, you print it, and you sell them the list for whatever money. If you gave them the information for free, no problem. If the information turns out to be totally incorrect, no problem for you because you didn't benefit from it. But if you sold the lists, if there's anything inaccurate, then you're guilty of a first-degree misdemeanor. So you're not the one who necessarily put the information in the MLS. You just pulled up information from all the other realtors. But if it turns out that any of that information is incorrect, you're the one in trouble because you sold the list. That's why when you go to some offices, real estate offices, you'll see they tape on the window the rentals. And they only put the ones there that they represent. And that way you're getting the information for free. If you like something, you go inside and you ask, but they're not selling the information. They do make commission on renting it if you decide to rent, but they're not selling just the data, you know, like Zillow kind of thing. Okay, third-degree felony. Third-degree felony is the most serious. It's a felony. It's not a misdemeanor. And the punishment is up to $5,000 and up to 5 years in jail per case. Again, they can't put you in jail. But what are the examples of a third-degree felony? So if you give misinformation on your application, if you lie on your application, if you do real estate while you're not licensed, unlicensed activity, or if you steal or copy the state exam. There's some people out there that do things like they take little cameras with them or they do stuff and they try to sell that information. If they get caught, then it's a third-degree felony and they can go up to jail for 5 years. Can you imagine being in jail and, you know, some guy, a murderer, comes up to you? What are you in here for? I was cheating on a state exam, you know? So copying or stealing. Now, there's some people in Miami that should be in jail, and everything scammy happens in Miami. There is a testing center that the people who worked at the testing center had a deal going on with people taking the tests. And they were recording it while they were taking the tests. And they typed it out and they were selling it. There's even a place in Miami, a testing center, that was taking the tests for you. And you paid like $5,000. But I've heard these things because I do a lot of taxes for a lot of people in timeshare, in real estate, and other things. And they tell me these stories. Oh, yeah, my friend got their license. They just paid this guy $5,000. And you go to this place in Coconut Grove and you get a fake driver's license. So you're that person, you know, and he takes the state exam for everybody. Well, that's kind of hard if you're taking the state exam for a woman, you know, for a guy to take it. But anyhow, so those are the three examples of a third degree. So here is a beautiful little summary right here. That's easy to visualize. So second degree misdemeanor, 500. First degree, 1,000. Third degree felony, 5,000. And then you got to memorize, you know, how many days in jail. Again, they can't put you in jail. Okay, self-reporting. What happens if after you get your license, you do something wrong? You're supposed to tell on yourself within 30 days. So imagine you have a real estate license, but then you get a DUI. It's after the fact. They're not going to know that you committed a felony, but you're supposed to tell on yourself. So I asked this question when they first came up with this. I said, so are you going to automatically take away their license? Like, who would be motivated to tell you? And how would you know that that person has a license? Do you guys read the arrest sheets every day for the whole country, not just Florida, to see if any person with a license? And they looked at me and said, we're just counting on the honesty of the licensee. Okay, so they don't know. But if they find out and you didn't tell them, that's when they get mean. How would they know? Some jealous ex, probably, right? Who's going to tell? Somebody who hates you. Did you know that person, they had a DUI, or they had a battery, or they had a theft, or they had this, you know? if you tell on yourself, you don't necessarily lose your license. They're going to need some information and they're going to have to consider it. But if you don't tell on yourself and they find out, then that's pretty bad. Okay, the last thing we need to talk about in this chapter is the recovery fund. And in Florida, there is a big savings account that holds money in escrow in case anyone with a real estate license makes a mistake. They can pay the general public back with limits up to a certain amount of money. It's called the recovery fund. Every profession has it. Car dealers have it, you know, different ones. So in Florida, when we pay our application fee, a little bit of the money goes to the savings account. So I'm going to tell you the details about it. I call the savings account the cookie jar, and I make up a song for it, but I'll give that to you at the end. So the money comes from everyone with a license. Specifically, let me see, I think it's down here on the next page. Yeah, it's right here. Sales associates, $1.50 of your application fee goes into the savings account. Brokers, $3.50. So a state exam question could be that, how much it is. They start keeping money in the savings account until it reaches $1 million. After it reaches $1 million, they don't collect anymore. If the money goes down because they had to pay out claims, once it dips down to $500,000, they start collecting money again. Now, what do they pay? They're going to compensate for money damages only. They're not going to reimburse for attorney fees, court costs, et cetera, and punitive damages, which is like emotional stress. When somebody makes a claim against your license and they pay out, they're going to immediately suspend the person's license until that person pays back the recovery fund. So it's not going to happen, you know, just like that. But let's go back here for a moment. There's steps. The person has to file a lawsuit against you. That lawsuit has to be approved by a judge. If the licensee files bankruptcy, they can waive the requirement for the final judgment. You have to try to collect the money from the person first. So somebody goes against your real estate license. They have to go to a real court of law, and a real judge has to find that they are correct and you are guilty. Then they have to try to collect the money the judge says that they're entitled to from you first. If you give them the money, it's over with there. But if you don't have the money or don't want to give the money, and then if you try to file bankruptcy or whatever, you know, then it's bad against you. By the way, you cannot sue your spouse or go after them, you know, even if they ripped you off for the house. Okay. So the maximum payment from that recovery fund, the savings account, the cap is $50,000 per case against you. What if you ripped off 20 people? They will only pay up to $150,000 maximum total, which means no more than 3 cases against you. So the other 17 people, so sad, so bad. They can always come after you civilly, but we're talking only about the recovery fund. So what happens to the recovery fund? Remember we talked about an EDO earlier? That's asking FREC to make a decision. So if FREC decides to make a decision, remember, they don't give advice if it's over 50,000. If they make a mistake and FREC was wrong and they get sued, then nothing happens to the licensee because you just followed the advice from FREC. So let's say you're accused of keeping the deposit and you told FREC, hey, there's an issue that the seller doesn't agree to give the money and here's this, and FREC told you, don't give the money back to the buyer, let the seller keep the money. And you listened to FREC, you followed what they said. So if you follow what they say, nothing can happen to your license. Even if it's FREC's fault and everything, FREC will pay from the recovery fund and nothing will happen to your license. But if you ignore Freck's advice, like you asked me before, Dorian, what if you don't like what Freck has to say? If you ignore their advice, then you are on the hook. So there was a lot of information I threw at you, and I'm going to give you a little song to try to put it in order. Okay, all of this here that we highlighted is going to be about the little song. And then we'll be done for tonight. So I call this money the cookie jar, the recovery fund. And I'm going to tell you the words, and then we're going to sing it together, and then we're going to say goodnight. Okay. So who put the money in the cookie jar? That's you. How much money did sales associates put in the cookie jar? $1.50. How much money did brokers put in the cookie jar? $3.50. How much can fit in the cookie jar? 1 million. How much money comes out of the cookie jar? 50,000 per case. Against me, that's 3. So that's a goofy little jingle to help you remember all the details of this recovery fund. So let's go through it together. So who put the money in the cookie jar? That's you. How much money did sales associates put in the cookie jar?
150.
150.
How much money did brokers put in the cookie jar?
350.
50.
How much money fits in the cookie jar?
1 million.
1 million.
How much money comes out of the cookie jar?
50,000.
50.
How many cases against me?
3.
That's 3. Okay, we're done for tonight. Whew. 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 I'm sorry, it is a lot of information. In chapter 5, we kind of rushed through the types of business structures. I'll go into it. I'll explain more tomorrow, but I just wanted us to get through it. And tomorrow night is chapter 7 and 8, and they're not really hard chapters, so we'll have more time available to kind of go over all of the details from chapter 5 and 6. You survived. And that's about it, right? Surviving, because it is a lot of information. I hope you don't give up. I hope you stick it out. It will get better. Or at least Friday is pretty close by. Okay. All right.
All right.
Whew, whew.
Good night. Thank
Good
you.
night, everybody.
Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow, I hope. Exploding your brains. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Thank you
Bye-bye.
so
Thank
much.
you, Linda. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.